that shit. Will three-time be the charm, ladies and gentlemen, for our finalists as the PUBG Mobile Community Stars Tournament resumes. Bringing you the action right here is yours truly, Blinded Pika Lozano, and my partner, the only reason that you go on red, the queen herself, Red Queen Gaming. So yes, Red Queen, I just returned the favor. How are you doing tonight?
Well, after that wild introduction, I actually feel good now. Really. But yes, ladies and gents, welcome back to day number 3 of the PUBG Mobile Community Stars Grand Finals by Esports County. You know what? Yesterday, Pika, I've actually watched the battle happen with Medusa and Asan. And
Oh,
I felt like I've completely been through a brutal Warzone. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet of kills, for the teams, like fights happening left and right, and all at the same time, mind you, which I know the viewers absolutely love. But hey, we're going into day number 3, and I'm excited. Just how these things are gonna unfold for this evening.
that's right. That's right. And of course, it's all about the points. This
Mm-hmm.
stage in the tournament, we are at our third day, and these teams cannot be any more serious. You're seeing them in your screen, ladies and the
Mm-hmm.
crowd favorite. We have DRS, the real soldiers, and
Mm-hmm.
they live up to their namesake. We know this
Of
for a
course.
fact, especially for their team, for their group rather. They
Mm-hmm.
putting on quite a show already. So some special mentions. We have Karma as Red Queen. We were talking about that
Mm-hmm.
off camera as well. That
Mm-hmm.
they have been performing rather spectacularly. Last
Really.
but not least, if I may point, of course, Stalwart Esports. Everybody had their sights on Stalwart Esports since we began. So would they have a bigger crowd? They're back tonight.
All right, right. Actually, we have 24 teams competing for the lion's share worth 3,000 US dollars. I don't know if you guys know that one. And of course, that goes with a bragging right, for being the brightest star of them all. And again, we'd love for you guys to actually join into the conversation. Let's check if you have like the same pick as us, or maybe you have like a better team prediction. As for me, I think Pika, I'm gonna stick again with the DRS stalwart, and I'm not gonna give up on my wild card, with raw aggressive warriors. I know they haven't really been
Of course.
performing well, but hey, we still got four more days to go, and one good
Mhm.
game, can actually make all the difference. Who knows?
Yes, and here we go. As we mentioned, speaking of favorites, right? We have our fan
Mm-hmm.
favorite team poll. So it looks like they already
Wow.
were spoiled by us. Me personally, I'm not gonna vote as early as now, but for you guys watching at home, the voting ends on June 17th. That's 11.
Mm-hmm.
That's at till 11 p.m. And this is gonna be quite interesting here, Red, because a lot of these teams have been turning up specifically yesterday when the very first chicken dinner went to IHC Esports. So later on, we're gonna discuss that because IHC Esports, they gave us quite the moments. And as I was watching as well yesterday, it
Mm-hmm.
was, for lack of a better term, marvelous.
Yes, indeed. I couldn't agree more. And again, if you guys just tune in and you're still unfamiliar with how everything are going to go down is going to go down for this tournament, we have 24 teams and 48 matches, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I got the math right. 6 matches
Oh
per
yeah.
day, and of course, the
Mm-hmm.
accumulated points will then add up to the overall standing. But you know what, Pika? What I feel about this whole tournament.
Mm-hmm. I want to hear. I
Uh-huh.
want to
I
hear.
feel I feel like we're inside the Amazon and completely surrounded by apex predators. I mean, surely they can be ranked by the number that they put up on the scoreboard, but still, the monstrosity that each team show us has been nothing but phenomenal.
That's right. And for those of you who are wondering what the map sequences we have for ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna
Hmm.
go
Again.
by Erangel and Miramar only. So yes, just for those of you expecting or just waiting for your favorite map, that's what we're dealing with. So with
Hmm.
Erangel starting things off, as you mentioned, Red,
Hmm.
it's gonna be quite green up in here. So this is again, this is one different trial each day. So starting things off, especially wise, it started off at shooting range and we're ending at Novo. So we remember how some of the teams have a habit of dropping on certain zones. At this point, we're looking at YG, where one of your
Hmm.
personal candidates. They went off quite early, and it looks like it's a Georgia poll plan for YG already.
Yes, we've already had like 6 games for both Ira and Erangel and Miramar, so everyone knows each other's dropping points by now. I mean, the only thing that will
Yeah.
keep on changing would be the team's rotation because of the zone shifts and flight path. I mean, it is highly likely that we'll see teams go up against the same teams as before, but we'll just have to like keep a tally of how many times they challenge each other in the battlefield and
Mhm.
in the same location. And look at that, ladies and gents. I think, the first zone just landed onto the
Oh
southeast
my.
area with a little bit of like water, included in our first circle.
Actually, a little bit is quite an understatement here, Red, because if you notice, like if we're looking at Novo and military base, that
20%.
entire area, yeah, is basically surrounded by water. So like heaven forbid that these teams will have to fight it out with more hydrogen than oxygen. That's not what we want. So starting things off here on the camera, we have the real
Okay.
soldiers, and these are some of the highlight real players. If we
Mm-hmm.
may. Deontay, we also have
Mm-hmm.
Wally here for one. We
Right.
saw a lot of Wally during day one here, Red. So hopefully those points will really fall into their favor once again.
Ooh, here we
MABATEX
go.
Esports. Oh, okay, there. I was about to say MABATEX Esports may draw first blood,
Oh
and
man.
that is already the case.
You know what? Ever since MABATEX and Limit Over has been dropping around the area of Lipovka, so I lost count already at how many times they've actually faced each other
Mhm.
in the battlefield. But for the side of MABTEX, it looks like they're still 4-man strong, and they already knocked out a couple of players coming from Limit Over. And there you go. Someone just
There it
sealed the
is.
deal, and the number already goes down to just 3, if I'm not mistaken. So the advantage goes to MABATEX Esports, and we're just waiting for them to actually get the job done.
That's right, that's right. And already well equipped here. They already have assault rifles at hand, so this might
Mhm.
give them a little bit of boost up until they manage to rack up those really valuable loot. Now here we go. So are we gonna see another from MABATEX esports, especially for dessert? I love the fact that it took me a bit of hesitation last time. Look at this. We're looking at a four-man
Oh
push.
man!
Oh, what an ambush! What an ambush from Limit over here, Ed. Oh, but that fear was given a dose of one thing you should be afraid of. Oh, Limit over, going down like flies, as you so
Mhm.
eloquently put it. There it is, starting things
Uh huh.
off with
Uh huh.
zero eliminations. It is sadly over for Limit over on game number one.
I mean, Maptex definitely did not have to worry about anything or like one of their players getting picked off because there was like a
Hmm.
solid backup, right? And even though one of them was actually knocked down, I mean, it didn't really matter because he already knows and he was sure actually that he will be defended by the rest of the team. But
Mm.
coming here into the containers, we got IHC, but they already lost Alex in the initial stages of
Hmm.
this altercation against Yangon Galactica. So let's see how well they're going to be performing right now. I mean, this is just like dropping in few minutes into the game and we can already
Hmm.
see a lot of fights happen, but the number advantage definitely goes to Yangon Galacticos on this one. And YG, again, they need to pick up the pace if they at least want to improve their statistics in the overall scoreboard, Pika.
A while ago, we noticed how again we mentioned YG dropping off that high, no hesitation whatsoever. So I think it already did come into play because
Mm-hmm.
Mernat boy already has one frag to his name,
Mm-hmm.
and Romeo boy got his hands on a car, I believe, and already with an
Mm-hmm.
S2K. Oh my gosh, I had to jinx him picking up an Uzi. Okay, I like you already. Let's let's see if he is about to engage into close range. Because a
Mm-hmm.
while ago, I think having that car in hand gives him a little bit of a zoning advantage. But
Right,
let's
right.
see. Now, Godless has been here for quite a bit. Maybe he's banking for info, or maybe they've been keeping tabs on each other. If you notice,
Mm-hmm.
they're very, very close. And I think they've caught wind on
Mm-hmm.
YG being just a few meters ahead. Actually, quite a good distance ahead, but maybe someone
Okay.
already information.
Right, right.
And just to update everybody, yes, West Point Mamba does not score at all. West Point
Oh!
Mamba does not score. Oh my gosh, cute Loki with a drive by against
Wow.
Godless. Oh my gosh. And I think
Oh
that's who he was
man.
scouting for a while ago, Red.
I mean, I didn't even know why he didn't hear that vehicle approaching him from
Yes.
behind. I mean, surely that would have
Hmm.
made noise or something. But anyway,
Oh, a lot.
IG Sports already down to just 2 players, and again, Demo over here. Well, he has a very good vantage point so far. He can get all the information that he needs. But Joel is all alone right now here up against maybe like 2 members coming from Yangon Galactus. Here comes the
Oh.
attack with a UMP. Murnut boy goes
Oh
down.
my gosh. And look at that. Joel took a really hefty amount of damage there, but he does have good enough medical supplies to attend to those wounds. But YG also like taking out one of his teammates. Demo is down. I repeat, Demo is down. But Zeol really putting up a fight. Wow, there it is. There it is. What happened? Zeol all of a sudden to his knees, and it's a nade. Oh man.
That actually came in late. You know what I mean? I mean, Joe was actually able to put down like 3 of them coming from Yangon Galacticus, and that nade actually came in late. He wasn't even expecting that one, but oh man! But that was a very beautiful play, though. I mean, it was almost a clutch gameplay coming from Joel, but nevertheless, it was still a very good performance.
And he has his hands on an M249 as well there, Red, so he could definitely take that fight. But no one is safe. Not even your armor is safe from a nade. That is a guaranteed kill if I can say so myself. Yeah. And now we have Stalwart Esports. This is something we a lot, Red, during the early stages of Stalwart Esports. At least for whenever they are like say game number 1 to 3, they take their time. You know, they don't really engage much and just testing the waters, as we mentioned. Now, just everything that they need, such as action right here. We have NearZ. We have a bit of a stroll here. I don't get so far, but trying to go for bridge control, and this is something that you might want to put into account, especially if the zones, or basically the playable zone, approaches anything water. You might want to get that high ground. So again, it's a slow start for Stalwart Esports.
Right, and while waiting for the teams to actually get into, like engagements inside a battlefield, how about we discuss a little bit, about the scoreboard, the overall standing, with DRS being actually the juggernauts at the moment, landing at the top spot with 120 points. First team to actually reach a 3-digit score. Now, this builds the foundation for this team. I mean, no doubt. The closest team, of course, to snatch the throne at the moment would be Sinister's team, A1 Esports. But hey, let's put a pin for a moment because we've got one player coming from Red Esports that just got knocked down from that monster truck, and right now he is out there in the open with no cover. And looking at the situation, CMF, that's CMF, right? CMF is actually circling around him like a couple of sharks, that what you mentioned a while ago. And there's really no chance, for the players coming from Red to go for that rescue, save or a rescue.
I was about to say that no matter what positioning they had, I think the teammate also, like, he basically just relayed information, but not to the point of being rescued. I think it was a fair compromise. Otherwise, the rest of the team from Red Esports will definitely get sniffed out. And there it is. That's what we're talking about. Memo lands a few shots right there. But he himself falls short of that distance with Q-White. I hope I read that right. Another nade knockdown there. This is really the name of the game here, and everybody's a demolition man more than a marksman at this point. Everyone has more nades, as we mentioned, more nades than bullets. So this is again, look at that. Domain takes out Dictator. So 2 of them on their knees, care of explosives. Wonderful stuff here. But Red Esports still alive.
Yeah, forget about the guns. Just let's talk about nades and how much of a demolition team these guys are. But anyway, try out over here. Okay, I think he is about to go in and move in for the kill. He is definitely hunting a Domain at this point. Ooh, Stalwart Esports looking to join this party from long range. And now, I mean, this is the perfect opportunity for them to pick up some points, to pick up some elimination points. They know that, 2 teams are actually fighting in this specific area, and probably who comes out of this one alive will then have to deal with the players of Stalwart Esports. Definitely, for STE, they're not gonna let this team leak their wounds. They are gonna attack.
Speaking of which, there it is. NearZ lands a grenade flat and knocks somebody down.
Man.
This is not really what we expect from a BR game here, Red. Honestly, this is too fast, and these players are not again stepping on the brakes anytime soon. So Icy takes out Tryout. Desert takes out AJ. Good stuff right there. It's a pretty slow burn, but it's not something that, oh my gosh, Leo from MABATEX takes out Nima. We saw a lot of Nima on day 1 as well. Look at that. Wally finishing the job as well. So Okay, this is more than we bargained for. Again, another grenade kill. This time from NearZ of Stalwart Esports. Okay, so look at this, Red. They've already had 3 frags, but none of the members of Stalwart Esports. I had to say it. Now look what happened to Action. He's on his knees, and he turned into a tombstone
Oh,
just
he
like
died.
that.
Yeah. Well, we did want a very good PUBG Mobile action, and this is what we're getting at the
And we're
moment.
getting
Now,
it.
Stalwart Esports again losing one member of the team in this process. Let's see what Near
boy.
Z Action and Icy is gonna do at the moment as they try to exchange some nades, you know, against CMF at this point. Okay, Action cooking up, stirring up this pot. Going in for the kaboom! Oh man, that was wonderful. D46 goes down, and here comes the push coming from Action. SDE already on the move, tried to do a little spray down, but did not connect at all.
And that's also definitely coming hard. I would dare say, Red, it doesn't matter at this point what kind of gun you're using.
Whoa!
Oh, he managed to knock somebody out. Look at that. Action Jackson putting putting another one in his name. That's Dictator. Action with 2 frags and NearZ with 2 gives their team a total of, I believe, was that 6 frags? That was insane. And again, I thought we were going to see a slow start here for Stalwart, or for the rest of these teams for that matter.
No.
But MABATEX already has 6 as well. This is insane. They're not playing around here.
I'm just really amazed at, you know, the godlike reflexes Ashen displayed for all of us. I mean, it was just so amazing the way that he picked, you know, the way that he picked and actually crouched and then picked again. It was absolutely amazing, you know, coming from a pro player like that. But anyway, Yangon Galacticus, Romeo Boy is already out, so we're down to just Super Andrew, Marinette Boy, and Cute Loki over here. And right now they are doing some kind of a rotation. We just don't know where they headed at the moment, but I think this is probably around, okay, an M. This is an A. Okay, I think we're playing like a guessing word over here. But yes, they are doing a rotation. Same thing with Karma Official Nepal. And Karma is actually one of the teams that are doing well since day number 1, and coming into day number 2 they've already set a couple of numbers as well on the scoreboard, and now everyone is just interesting to see, since this is like an underdog, right? And everyone is interested to see how well they're going to be performing this day number 3 in this competition, because this is one team that you do not take lightly.
Oh my gosh, he was at the cusp of getting taken out there. Cute Loki just used the remainder of his powers to heal from that, because should that have been a few more seconds, Grind could have taken him out. Good attempt as well to Red off of that really long range counter. So here we go. This is what we were talking about earlier. Ruthless, aggressive warriors back on camera here, Red. So no casualties whatsoever just yet, and they've already managed to at least take 2 elimination points from their team. They're looking rather healthy already, and we're only at stage 3 of our circle here. It looks like they're going to be scouting a bit for the time being. I have to jinx the fact that they're going toe to toe with the likes of, again, DRS, who is yet to have their own elimination. So good stuff. And you know, we know how 3X has been under our radar since day 1. So don't look now, but they're down to their last member, and it's not looking good. They could be the next casualty, or you know, the next summon to the lobby at this point.
Yeah, I don't know, but being at stage 3 in Erangel, and we already lost like 5 teams already, limit over IHC, GSM, Red, and WPM. You know, I just want to bring it out here. You know, for the side of West Point Mambas, they always start off, you know, like strong, you know, into the competition. Now we don't know what exactly happens, because they always fade out towards, you know, as we progress into the games. And of course, as someone who is also in the Philippines, you know, I would love to see like a strong comeback from these teams. They did play 2 PMPLs already, Pro League. So in terms of like knowledge, I think they already have that one. Maybe I think one of the big factors so far is how polished their strategy is, or like maybe the execution.
And rhythm also, you know, this is a very different PUBG that we're seeing right now, right? So yeah, you gotta balance the aggression and at the same time the adaptability, because these teams are also learning along the way, especially every day that you get that you have to garner points. You can change plans even if the maps are the same.
Oh,
because you're not gonna land on the same spot. But speaking of landing, another grenade land right there, Red, and this is already, like I said, this is already looking to be a nade fest as we progress every single day. And it looks like some of these teams have already equipped themselves way proper, Red. But that's again, that's out of the equation so far. All these teams are just looking for them nade kills. Here we go. Near Zed with a UMP 45, getting himself another tally on his kill count. Already with 7 frags for the scene. They are the highest so far, Red. They have 7 eliminations. Make that was that 8 already from Stalwart Esports? My God.
Man, Stalwart being aggressive as ever. You know, DRS rolls! In the meantime, has been a knockdown as well. We've also got MABATEX over here, and right now they are going head-to-head against the players coming from DRS. Now, they are a bit distracted since they know that they need to save their teammates as well, but here comes Killer YT again with the save. Now, Desert over here. Oh, with that shotgun. I hope, yeah, that was a shotgun play, and Desert coming off as victorious from that encounter as well. 8 elimination points so far, but in the process, they already have like 2 casualties, but still, you know, I mean, we're talking about just 9 teams remaining, and 3 of those teams actually just have 1 member left. So technically speaking, we have like 4 complete squads, and STE with the remainder of 3, or like remainder of 3 players, and with MABATEX with just 2.
And Rampage already, again, he had quite the streak already with 5 eliminations. That's insane. But let's go back to what we were talking about earlier, right? So we have health teams as well, and those at the cusp of, at the verge of being eliminated here. We have YG, and we also have MABATEX, who's barely there, you know, barely breathing, with just 1 member completely healthy and 1 down. So Stalwart Esports, they're down to 3, but they have the highest amount of frags so far. Karma. And look at this, Red. We do have absolute faith in Karma Esports, and as you mentioned it, they're not really going greedy on this one. But that might cost them in the end. But if say none of these teams actually score a good enough amount to winner chicken dinner, Karma Esports might have, you know, just a good amount of lead, even if they're very low on elimination points. But let's see, it's still just stage 4 so far, and we have 9 teams, Red. 9.
Positioning, timing, I mean, these are just some of the factors you guys need to consider in order for you to pull off a big W on every match of this game. We got MABATEX over here, 9 elimination points so far, but Wally is the only player remaining, so I don't think I don't know how long he's gonna last, because we've got like a couple of squads that are actually heading towards his way. We got Stalwart over here with 9 elimination points as well. So when it comes to like really racking up elimination points, we already know just which teams to really look out for, a force to be reckoned with. Nearse over here, I think his tire has already been popped, so I don't know. He's not moving anywhere. And probably, you know, that team that actually got his tire would then push. I don't know if they're going to push at the moment, considering the positions of the teams. Again, we can see Karma over here coming from the northern side, that's Prison, and also players from Raw. They are still alive, but I'm not sure about how many points they've already racked up.
And there are still a lot of teams, actually. We have outside, you know, that's still pretty far, and I think they're somewhat safe at this point. They haven't had any kills, again, no eliminations just yet. Just waiting for those teams to slowly drop off the map. And again, that's one strat that we've known ever since, but that might not be very wide, if I can say, if I can state that opinion, because these teams are going in for the kill, and it's something that for one. Oh, did he just drop a nade over there? Okay, no, he did. Okay, good. So at least they're starting to heal. They're starting to pick themselves up. Here we go. So we have Sky, Rapid, Jiggle, and I believe is that Mikey? All from
Man.
Warriors. Oh my gosh! Action is literally just tallying all these.
What did I say? Stalwart Esports, very good. Yeah, right. Very good in positioning as well. You know what? He can see everything from where he is on prone at the moment, and like what you said, he's just picking up those points. I mean, he is really giving that damage, and at the same time, really sealing the deal. You know, getting the job done, which they need to actually improve their overall status in the scoreboard. And right now, there's tons of fights that is happening simultaneously, and everything is happening over from the west side of the circle.
right, here we go. And we may hold our breath a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen, because we are down last 7 teams, and we've already touched the last few teams who were still complete. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Stalwart Esports now, despite being a crowd favorite, they are about 70% living because they have one more. IC specifically is down, and
Mm-hmm.
Action, their highest fragger so far. I think he has enough backup in the form of Near but at this point,
Mm-hmm.
oh, there it is. I would say that Near is a good shot, Red. So there's definitely confidence there
Man.
brewing. Now, for the rest of those outside the circle, this is already moving to stage 5. This is gonna be
Mm-hmm.
painful if you choose to stay out there. So we know that this is gonna be way more close quarters than we expect. Is Nearset gonna again put that marksman skill into play as he's trying to take out Taken right here and or Johnny. Oh, it was that stone. He just got a bit of damage in. Oh, but Kindred, he does.
Oh man, I mean for Stalwart, I've noticed so far in their performance the amount of damage they give in
Oh
the battlefield
no.
is always higher than the elimination points. You know, most probably it means that they're good at knocking down enemies, but not so much really again getting the job done. Firepower, sure they have that. We all know that they can take in fights, but I feel like they still need to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of getting those elimination points. And right now, that is exactly what they're doing at the moment. They know they haven't really had like a very good set of games during day number 2, and right now they are really showing up for day 3.
Right, right. Here we go. And again, Nearzed he's peeking at that scope again, Red. He knows that Johnny is still there,
Mm-hmm.
but all that visual obstruction not really giving him that good of a vision. You know, it's not something that he would wanna push through if it's gonna give away information. But Karma, Red, they still have 3. They still have 3
Mm-hmm.
healthy, and there it is. That's Toda taking out Molana. That was a lot as well. So here we go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Already with 12. Right, they have 12. Stalwart
Right, right, right.
Esports one-man deficit. A dozen frags. And we are just starting off with match 1. My goodness. Look at
Wow.
this. So, Toda, okay, he finishes the job. Johnny right there, he's
Wow.
out. He's out. He has to be summoned again.
Man, oh man. I mean, STE, if they play their cards right, they're definitely gonna win the first win a chicken dinner. They pretty much scattered, on the map as of the moment. They have workable angles for them. Karma official, on the other hand, they are going up against a Raging Bulls and
Oh
Toda
my god.
with a kill. That was beautiful. Now they
Oh,
have
that's
been
it.
completely eliminated out of match number 1, and those are the players coming from Raging Bulls. So let's see what's going to happen. Oh, Reman is still alive though. Reman is still alive. So
Yes.
I didn't exactly see which of the teams that actually was sent back to the lobby, but here it comes again with the exchange of nades. An accurate,
Oh.
ingenious right there.
Raging Bulls, Red. They would definitely be raging right now after that exchange. But now we are down to our last 5 teams. Now with MSX and AG being the last 2 teams that actually do not have any backup whatsoever. It is a solo Lobo mode for these teams. A lone wolf. Let's see how they're gonna
Mm-hmm.
fare against these very healthy teams, specifically with Stalwart Esports. This is lucky 13 for them, Red. This
Oh
is
man.
as
Oh
good as they
man.
can get as early as now. They are more than warmed up. The play zone has
MSX.
taken a life. They have definitely
All right.
again they did not like that outcome at all. But now
Mm-hmm.
with
Mm-hmm.
a whopping 40% chance of victory here, is Stalwart going to be able to stamp their first chicken dinner tonight?
Oh man. All right, guys, this is a 2v2, V1 situation happening right in the end of the zone, ladies and gents. And a lot of strategies will definitely come into play as the zone shrinks. Karma official. We got Rega on your screen, okay, assessing, getting all the information that he can. So he will know how to approach the attack, but action. Picking up where he left off exactly. He knows a little bit of where the other players are at the moment. Now, it all boils down to very good communication, Pika. But right now, Icy,
Mhm.
we've seen Icy play, especially during the time that Stalwart went up against A1 Esports, and Icy making that clutch move. Actually, that was the spark that Stalwart was actually waiting to happen, and Icy won that game for Stalwart. Let's see if it can actually do that again. But so far, nobody is moving. This is like a Mexican standoff happening so far.
Mhm.
Action again on prone. Stalwart already making a move. 14 elimination points. And again, big 33% winning chance for
Oh,
Stalwart. Huh. Everyone is just really, really quiet. But the first one to go out of these four teams was Agon, I8.
Oh my goodness. And here, with three teams remaining, three of those, rather four of those, still belong to basically a duo. And now with, again, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. This is Malik from Raw, from Raw. He needs to at least pick someone off. Whoever comes close, whoever makes that fall is definitely gonna fall prey. But that's a tall order. We have, however, seen that, Red, when it came to Stalwart Esports against A1 during day one. That
Okay.
was that survival instinct might just kick in. Here we go. And
Oh!
Is he fighting back? Karma official
Oh
right here
no!
takes one down, just puts action to his knees. This might be the patience game we're
Oh!
talking about, but wow!
He needs to put
Unbelievable,
down
Red.
two birds
Even
with one stone. You know.
yes, and with even with that staggering amount of supposed favor in terms of chances, Karma Esports. Remember, Red, yesterday they were able to bag the chicken dinner on their fifth match. So this will be, a
Mhm.
spew of
Mhm.
momentum from today. So Malik, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors right
Ooh!
here. Oh boy, there it is, Nade Fest, Red. This is what we were talking about. 20 seconds left for you to get the job done. Any one of you those wounds up, making sure to patch those hard to reach areas. Let's see
All
how they're
right.
gonna
All
deal with
right.
this.
All right, here we go. Rega now making a move. He is now moving in for the kill.
Let's go
We got that
strafing.
massive spray now. Ooh! Raw was able to go on pro, but unfortunately,
Hey!
though, it was just too fast for him. And we got Ruthless, Aggressive, Esports losing the fight against Karma officials.
My goodness. All right, it all boiled down again, right? As we were talking about, they had to channel their inner gunmen as they were left with no choice, with only 20 seconds left before
Here we
that last
go.
circle was gonna close in upon them.
Uh-huh.
So congratulations as the first winner chicken dinner falls for Karma official Nepal. Now, this entire team, Red, they were not the highest of fraggers, as we would say earlier. That
Mm-hmm.
belonged to Stalwart, but that did not matter because the survival instincts really came into play here. Now
Right,
with
right, right.
Urega, I hope I'm reading that right, with the 5 eliminations and not dealing even the most damage. That belonged to Igneous. Insane plays. And Toda, we saw Toda also with the picks earlier. Spike, not so much, but again, not to say
Mm-hmm.
he did not put some hurt on the opponents because 285 damage is still quite a load. And again, this is only match 13 for a whole slew of games that we have, Red.
Well, I guess what goes around comes around. This is like one underdog
Hey,
team they shouldn't
beautiful.
take in lightly, like I said, right? Sure, there'd be there a lot of points that they still need to put up, but the fact that they have a spot in the top 12, we are definitely looking at this team and curious as to what trick they still have up in their sleeves. And winning the first chicken dinner of the evening, and wow, that is just wonderful to watch. And I have a
Karma.
lot of expectations coming. For Karma itself, but MVP, we got Tops over here. This is one guy that is always part of the MVP section in every tournament. So the fragging power of this player is just outstanding. 1074 in damage with 6
Oh,
elimination points. And that is actually a very high contribution points for his team. 42.86. That's 43% in total.
interesting. And again, another name from Stalwart Esports. We have Nearzed, who is again another damage machine, as we can call it.
Mm-hmm.
688 by himself. That is insane. Rega, if I'm reading that right here from Karma Esports,
Mm-hmm.
definitely topping that off with 793 damage in total.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, being survivors, that's what this is all about. So we have
Mm-hmm.
25.97 average survival time. That's a big chunk. If you look at it, that's quite a bit of a gap compared to how near Z is.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
again,
there we go.
interestingly enough, Red, we start things off now. This is where it boils down to. This is also where the teams
Mm-hmm.
contribute. You may not have as much
Wow.
eliminations, but the damage you deal towards your opponent is definitely something to account for. I'm gonna go skip right into it. Red with Stalwart Esports dealing the damage and eliminations as well. 14 frags.
Wow, it's pretty
Oh
much
man.
balanced as well. I mean, Stalwart Esports really wanted to maybe catch up with the points that they missed yesterday. Now they're really making up for it, which is
Hmm.
I think the best thing to do. I mean, if they want to maintain like a position in the top 12 or like maybe improve or like be part of the top 12, this is how aggressive they need to be. They need to always like
Hmm.
finish with the two-digit um points, in every
Yeah.
round. um like I said, we were talking about the overall standing, DRS being the juggernauts right now, and the closest team that could actually snatch the throne from this team would be A1 Esports. That's Sinister's team. But then I feel like the 32-point lead is still not quite strong enough to cement themselves at the number one
Hmm.
spot. So, I don't want to set the expectations just yet. But you know what? For the guys of Asian, that chicken
Yeah.
dinner really was a game changer for the team yesterday. And the only
Hmm.
question now is if they can maintain being at the third spot in the overall standing. Is because I tried to actually round up the math yesterday, day one plus day number two.
Hmm.
So that is the big question mark for me, because Karma Official is just right behind them with 75 points. So that's just a 1 point lead coming from the game of Asian. And looking at the situation at the moment with these teams fighting in the battlefield, I think we
Hmm.
are in for a treat again, Pika, because at the moment again that they land onto the map, it's already game time for all the teams.
Right, you are there, Red. And again, we expect nothing less to them nades. That's an amusing part
Oh
of where we
yeah.
are right now here at uh,
It's still low,
PMCS. I have
188.
to admit. I know this by average this is low for this tournament. We go as much 200, minimum.
Hmm.
But again, they were a bit conservative this time around. But there were really a lot of knockouts, a lot of really cool shots, if I may. Red Queen earlier. I cannot really point out a single one, but if I'm to be asked, I think these teams will really have to go more on those elimination points instead. Because yesterday we did have double placement points, but that's not the case today. You're gonna have to tune in for more
Hmm.
of that, supposedly, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when it comes to these teams, Stalwart Esports did not actually score their chicken dinners yesterday, but that
Hmm.
might be a different case when it comes to being a fan favorite. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. You can definitely vote for your favorite team as it ends on June 17th. Who among these top contenders you would want
Right,
to be not just stronger, but definitely more popular? It is in the
right.
description and pin comments if you want to vote.
Right. And Stalwart Esports is really wowing the audience at this moment. And what I wanted to say actually from yesterday's event, a little tweak will do the trick for STE, that's for sure. And that's exactly
Mhm.
what they are showing us right now. They already have like the consistency in their gameplay, in their strategy. They're very good at, uh, with the concoction, working for their team. They just need a little bit of push, I guess. STE remains to be one of the teams that you should watch out for inside the game. And right now, they are proving themselves to be, like this big force that you need to deal with inside the game. And definitely, they're not gonna let it easy for the teams to dethrone them from their positions so far. And I'm still excited at how everyone will pick up the pace, especially for those teams that belong in the bottom half section of the overalls. I mean, they really need to put in the effort, they really need to work twice as hard, because well, I mean, we are talking about double placement points that happened yesterday, and that was actually a big opportunity for those teams that are not particularly doing well to actually be monstrous inside the game and get those elimination points that they need to improve their stats.
They could try, but again, you're gonna have to wait for that, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna take a short break as we move on to map number two. When MCS returns after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, what's good? Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PUBG Mobile Community Stars Day 3 of the Grand Finals, of course, by Esports County. Now, we're still looking good here at the caster's desk. My name is Red Queen Gaming, together with someone who is as blunt as a Ken doll, Pika Lozano.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you credit for that. That was something. You know what? Thank you, Red. But yes, thank you so much. We have resumed, and as exciting as
Mm-hmm,
map one slash match one was, we are gonna move
mm-hmm,
forward to our map number two. Everyone's love hate relationship, as I like to call it, Miramar. So
mm-hmm,
we're looking at another tipping to the fray here. So these players, these teams are definitely gonna go back to that grind for them points, precious elimination points. And again, as you
mm-hmm,
mentioned earlier, we are no longer on a double placement point format today. So they're definitely
mm-hmm,
going to have to make those count if they really want to stay in the game, or if they want to break through a halt barrier from how day one and two may have treated some of these teams. So if I may ask, Red,
mm-hmm.
would you say that are we gonna get less nades this summer? It's
No.
it's just it's just in theory. No, definitely not, huh?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. But you know what? There's no DRS for this match, but there is A1
Mm,
Esports, one of the top contenders for this tournament. You know what? One of the titans in this
mm-hmm,
tournament. The numbers that the teams had will, of course, speak for their overall performance in this tournament. I mean, what makes this event very exciting, Pika, is the unpredictability of
mm-hmm,
scenarios inside the game, especially with the bonus points that are in place. It can
mm-hmm,
turn worlds upside down. You know, I mean, there were many teams during day number one that didn't exactly do well, but with the double placement points that happened yesterday, it gave those teams a chance to catch up and make up for the points to actually make a huge difference in the scoreboard. I mean, again, like I said a while ago, good example of this would be the guys of Asian. They only scored like 23 points after just 4 games, but with that chicken dinner coming into play during day number two, I mean, man, that was a huge leap, to being in the third spot in the overalls.
Yeah, so and again, map it looks like we're gonna have a switch of a
Hmm.
map here, Red. It looks like we're going back to El Clasico, namely Erangel. So these teams definitely
Oh.
are they're back to their roots, if we may, but we're starting things off quite a bit differently as we start off at Milta Power. Moving towards the
Mm-hmm.
northwest corner of the map towards Jarki. We've seen this route before, Red. So we've seen
Right.
this this pathway of the plane before, and it didn't really favor a lot of our teams, or at least the ones who chose to go off script. In this case, we had
Right.
CMF landing late over at Jarkey, but the circle doesn't
Right.
favor
Right.
them in
Ooh.
this certain scenario. Oh wow, first blood already
Oh
with the
man.
guys of Asian. Is it
Yes.
gonna be take two as they did win their chicken dinner yesterday for the
Yes.
second game?
I think they're going up against the Skylightz Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. If I read that kill feed right,
Mm,
but yes, we have the players coming from is this Agon.
Agon.
I think this is Agon, right?
Hmm. Yeah,
And they are actually
yeah.
scavenging the area of the military base. We've got a couple of teams that actually dropped around Pochinki area, which is another hot drop. Around Yasnaya, I'm surprised that it is empty, considering the fact that this is one of the massive places that you can actually get quite a number of loots so far. But there
Hmm.
might be a fight brewing in somewhere west side of Lipovka, just above prison and shelter, and those are the guys coming from Skylightz A1, and I think that's the main reason why the kill feed was lighting up at the moment. I mean, we got Mr. Boro again popping up in the
Hmm.
kill feed, but this time he is the one being knocked down at the moment, Pika.
And that was care of Amora Chili, who we saw and we remember so
Ooh,
clearly,
again.
ladies and gentlemen, who has been bloodthirsty the entire time that we've been seeing him on the feed. Now,
Mm-hmm.
again with SG,
Oh
as you
man.
mentioned, this team right here, of course, already very promising. They have again the entire belt of accolades to boast, but we're talking about game number two here on day number three. So and again, these are the teams who have faced each other, but with a slight twist of not being Miramar this time around. Would they be able to again secure a bit of confidence? Granted that they know how other teams will deal with this, and not to mention track records, they speak for themselves. Now, it looks like Nima's gonna gonna be sprinting towards the remainder of this field, Red. This is gonna be one
Right,
heck
right,
of a
right.
sprint.
And again, the flight path will pretty much determine which areas are going to be highly populated. So there goes really your first decision
Oh
in
boy.
the game, where to drop exactly. And again, one of the underrated moves that I can probably say in PUBG is the fact that you need to really perfect your landing because you want to get to the guns first, right?
Mhm.
If in case there will be another team joining you in that specific area. So let's check out what is happening here over at Pochinki. We've got high voltage domination crew. We got Rogue on your screen, and now we're jumping back to Aero. Right now, both of teams are actually trying to get that information they need to know how to best approach this situation. But definitely, a fight is about to start here and in Pochinki. Here comes the attack. Tudor Love trying to check where the opponent is. Oh,
Wow.
he caught him by surprise though, but Trudolov was quick on his reflexes and actually killed him on the spot with a good use of Uzi. And we all know how Uzi can actually give that big damage, especially in
Mhm.
CQCs. And Trudolov just capitalized on that fact and knocking out that opponent. But you know what? We already have like two casualties for trained to kill. I'm not really sure if they have the number advantage or this makes a fair
Mhm.
fight. I'm not really sure how many players left in the opposition, but right now Turulov is getting a lot of those nets. He is actually being flushed out at the moment by the Raging Bulls.
And of course, not having an additional mag attachment right there for the Uzi, you got to be a little bit more conservative with your ammo consumption. And Turulov having to
Mm-hmm.
exchange for an empty, by the way, no reloads
Oh!
whatsoever. Oh man, Turulov taken out by Iron. Now Train to Kill is they're looking rather dapper already here, Red, with a few
All
frags to
right,
their
all right.
names already, but already down. I think
Hey!
Sandesh is. Oh
Man!
my gosh, that is it. Train to Kill literally backfired there, being the first team in total here to be eliminated from match number two.
Okay.
So Again,
Okay.
Red, we turned our heads a little bit, and there goes one more.
Yeah.
Another one bites the dust.
A jumping raging bull. That was a beautiful jump shot right there that ended that altercation. Now let's head on over again to high voltage group. We got 0524 on prone behind this broken wall, trying to check where the opponents are at the moment. Right in front of him is actually Octopus, one of the best fraggers so far from that team. And
Mhm,
over to that right side, we got Domain as well. So he cannot be reckless in this situation. He needs to figure out I mean, the best way to actually uh, have a very stealthy move against his
mhm,
opponents, but definitely he is already trying to cook up a plan on how to crash this guy's an arrow over to the right
mhm.
side. Pretty much what they're trying to do at the moment. I think they are really trying to find a very workable angle to take down this opponents.
Yes, and as you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, Red Esports, they have one building each, but they may
Mm-hmm.
be unaware of the pinch, the potential pinch that high voltage might be able to ensue. I am pretty sure that the communications are already in place. Sanchi right here, I think
Mm-hmm.
he's in charge of autumn
What?
control. So, okay, that was that I believe is
Autumn control.
I it's one of those, right? So there we go.
Mhm.
Iron with a vector taking out power. Okay, so that's
Mhm.
again another encounter that we
Hey!
did not see coming. But here we go. Auto aim takes out Iron, and Raging Bull is back to the cage here. Red. That is not a good look. So
Oh
they're gonna have to
man.
grind another day. And SG Skylightz Gaming is now down to their last man with absolutely no eliminations whatsoever. There's no points to their name. And Seventh Element, we didn't get to see much of Seventh Element as
No.
well
Mhm.
earlier on. Not and at least for this game, not so much just yet. But looking at this, I think they've caught wind on
Right, right.
where Red Esports already is.
All right, here we go. Sancher with that nade in his hands. He tried to actually throw that to one of the players coming from red, but completely
Oh, good try.
missing. Well, not quite. He was able to actually give in that damage, but not enough to actually put him down. But here comes the
Oh,
TPS once again, ladies and gentlemen. Sancher getting that pointed right. He is now headed towards
okay.
one of the players as well. Now make that two, but
Hey.
unfortunately he's been tagged, and right now he is about to send back to the lobby. Aero now needs to make a move. He needs to save his teammate. Jiro has been sent back to the lobby. Here comes Stroke from high voltage. Ooh, with that
Oh
DBS, he
boy.
failed to actually take down any players, and now he finds himself on his
Oh,
knees
did you?
and in big trouble. Aero now with an attack back. Octopus just slapped the heck
My
out of him,
goodness.
sent back to the lobby.
I just saw somebody get hit by a skillet. That's how you get the job done. That okay, that is
Yeah, the
definitely
melee.
insult to injury there, ladies and gentlemen. So if the DPS is not enough, you better hit him with a pan. But that's how we do it here in PMCS. Here we go. So looking at where YG Agon Galacticos is, they already lost Cute
Mhm,
Loki. You
mhm.
know, we for one are fans of how crazy plays, Cute Loki can actually come up with. How nuts he can be at times. But Genesis Esports here, they have to be a bit more cautious. They hear
Hey! No,
a
no,
lot
no,
of movement,
no.
but my goodness, okay, barely escapes there. Now Genesis Esports, we
Right,
still have
right.
Smile living here, the only one who
Man.
is still quite healthy. This is
Ah,
already looking to be quite a hasty, if I may, Red.
right,
This
right,
is a
right.
very fast-paced engagement just for game number 2, and it is only stage 2. Oh boy, Amora
Okay,
Chili,
here
better
comes
get out
Amura
of
Chili
there.
again. Amura again. Pulling out his DVS,
Okay,
and there you go
yep, yep,
with another
there
kill,
it is.
putting up another point for his team's 8 elimination points so far, Pika. But Edward is still not out of trouble because he is bleeding out there. I hope there is a teammate just nearby to go for that quick pickup. But on the side of Genesis Esports, Pika, I don't think this is the best position to be in at the moment. We've got 3
Yeah.
squads that's actually surrounding them and probably has their eyes set on them. So I don't know how they're gonna escape this one. I mean, all angles are blocked at the moment. There's literally nowhere to go. They need to do a massive cleanup at this point. Now, Edward over here is again
Oh
bleeding
man.
in the open. Here comes May with those smokes. Of course, he needs to cover up his teammate to go for that quick kill or to go for that quick pickup. Let's see if he can actually be successful. That is if nobody from those squad will actually decide to go in
Yep.
and move for the kill.
Yesterday's MVP for game number 2 of a
Mm-hmm.
TGOA was actually Edward. So let's see if he can again make another miraculous,
Mm-hmm.
I'd say, performance, if I could say so myself, because
All right.
TGOA, they're still complete. They're still complete. They have all the utilities they need. Again, not so much at least for the nades, but enough health. That can come later on. But and Karma with a good number of meters ahead. That's probably a good jog before you can actually catch anyone from Team Karma right there. But as you mentioned earlier, these teams are really going in for the kill. As you notice, they were originally still outside the playable zone, but have already made their way in. They don't have much time before this circle shrinks. With 42 players remaining here, Red, it could be anybody's game. See how many of them are still complete. West Point Mambas as well. They're still here. Contrary to how we usually see them, Red, they look really healthy.
Right. Okay, the guys of Asian again racking up some kill points, 8 eliminations in total, and I don't think they're gonna stop at any point of this competition. Their goal is actually to dominate, get the upper hand advantage all the time against all of the teams that are participating currently in this match. All right, we got Edward again. He has his eyes set on a couple of players coming from Genesis with that DP28. A little bit of tapping fire again with his light machine gun. He is connecting some hits over there, but not enough to completely knock them down at the moment. So we will definitely be seeing like a high chance of high damage once again, for the side of this team. But again, the guys of Asian so far completely surrounded by a lot of squads as well. We got Karma over here. We also got WPM just within the proximity, and also A1 Esports.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like Rojak will be the plan here, Red. We see how the circle is already shrinking, but again, with only stage 3 here, we still have about 4 phases before these teams start going nose to nose in combat. So let's see how this is going to be, because again, look at how TGOA is doing. I think that this just might be another repeat of yesterday, Red, because it was actually game number 2, that TGOA, or match number 2, that they capitalized
Mm-hmm.
on yesterday for the kill. And again, no one eliminated from them just yet. We are yet
Uh-huh.
to see some action from West Point Mamba, but I think what they're doing right now is, again,
Right, right.
they're playing this one by ear. They don't want to risk or like overstep at this point, because these teams are, again, red hot, all pun intended, specifically TGOA. They they know what this is like. They came
Hey,
on. They came.
hey.
Oh my gosh! I was about to say that TGOA, they came on with a good
Right.
amount of points leading to match number 2, but Red Esports, though,
Mm-hmm.
they're not taking this sitting down. And Seventh Element, I could say the same, but
Hey.
they are one man down. Speaking of one man down,
Okay,
there it is.
this is
Federalis takes one out of Seventh Element.
this might be the comeback we have been waiting for a long time, coming from the side of West
Yeah.
Point Mambas, and Mitchie getting that point. Let's see if he can actually get the job done and finish him off. But let's see, I think they have a very good position. So far, they can pretty much assess on, how they're going to completely eliminate everyone from this position. Michi spotting out players coming from CMFG as well. Dictator gets punished with that massive spray down, but then again was able to dodge and hide, from the multiple shots that has been sent his way. So, oh man, damage again is gonna go up, for this match. But I'm not sure with the elimination points so far. 11 teams and 40 players remaining, and we already have like 5 squads that was sent back or like booted out of Erangel here, Pika, and we can already see on the screen we've got the map overview. The guys
Oh
of
boy.
Asian being right there in the central location. Karma has taken control of a compound. Same thing with 7th Element. Genesis, however, they are around the school area, but I feel like at some point in this competition, they will have to deal with the players from Agon.
That's right. And rolling in like family is West Point Mamba. Everybody has a vehicle of their own. And I think they really want to position themselves already. Granted, how there's
No.
still a good amount of teams right here. And again, they only have one elimination so far to their name. And crowd favorite A1 Esports right here. looking still rather steady. I think they're gonna weather this out. Gonna wait for these teams to take each other into
Mm-hmm.
that the necessary gunfights. But long story short, I think the guys of Asian. Oh my gosh. May W, I think he needs to get up out of there and dodge. This is not where you want to be. So far, they're looking really confident,
Man.
Red. And Karma Esports, we haven't seen much gunfights as well from Karma Esports, but this is not something that I think they're uncomfortable with. They will really be. We saw them go toe to toe and end matches with conviction. So again, I'm pretty confident that Karma Esports will definitely be one of the last few below the 10 team count. So hopefully
Mm-hmm.
that is the case here. Seventh Element, however, one man down, still no eliminations. Might need to step up a little bit.
Right, they need to show up in this game so far if they want to get a chance to maintain their position in the top 12. If I'm not mistaken, they are actually part of the top 12. To be honest, most
Hmm.
of the teams that are actually part of the top half section of the overall standing are coming from the teams from Group C. Group C are actually the most dominant in this competition so far. On the side of West Point Mambas, we already have one casualty. Amos has already said his goodbyes to his teammates, so it's now up to the three remaining players for this team to defend and to make sure that they get the winner chicken dinner for match number 2. But then again, we're talking about still 11 teams right inside stage number 4 in Erangel. But
Hmm.
BITxCMF, we got a couple of players being knocked down right at the moment. They are going up against another team. Just not quite sure which
Oh,
team they're going head to toe at the moment. But West Point Mamba, I cannot say Pika for sure if this is like a good position so far. They have good
yeah.
sights, on the teams that are surrounding them at the moment. But can they hold the fort though? Can they remain or give the control that they need to defend this point?
Even with this car right here, Red, I think it's too far of a shot for you to close something out. For Michi, at least,
Mm.
it's quite an encounter. Here we go with an S6, and Pico Pick manages to take out Tryout, and again another one from BITX. Good stuff that we're seeing, and all this
Mhm.
action while West Point Mamba, and I believe the guys of Asian are really playing it steady. As you can look at the left side of your map, those houses are the only things keeping these teams apart, and they're taking sweet time. This is still quite early on,
Right.
Red. I think, despite the fact that we're already at stage 5, there's still a lot of action that can happen, especially away from our
Okay.
screen. Speaking of which, one member of
Oh,
Red Esports
oh,
again already
oh.
gone, I believe, or at least brought to his knees is Domain. Now with Octopus, again, we said this earlier. Octopus always so good with those gunfights, always such a fragger. So let's see if this is going to be the saving grace for Red Esports. Now we still have about 4 teams remaining here, and the A1, everyone's favorite, yet to make their first blood.
All right, here we go. Red Esports. This is actually very hard to defend since they're pretty much surrounded by a lot of squads. I mean, they have to take care of the players coming from the guys of Asians, and there's also another team that's on their
Oh,
right side as well, which is a BIT. And right now, Pick a Pick is burning alive. Domain
oh
from Red
man.
Esports is getting punished as well. That was a long range shot coming from
Oh man.
F69 over here with that M416, and he is still continuing to do a massive spray down.
He's
A
at
rapid
it.
spray down, may I add. And right now, 7 Element has already been wiped out completely of Erangel. We are now down to just 7 teams and 24 players remaining.
That was not a good way to go there for Red Esports. Burned alive. One of them shot off of a distance, and again, they had to hold hands and sing their praises as they go back to the lobby,
Oh,
sadly.
kumbaya.
Here we go. So A1 is A1 still, they're holding the fort as you mentioned earlier, but one already down.
Mhm.
One to his knees is definitely gonna need a bit of help from the teammate there. But look at the push so far we're seeing here from Migs from West Point Mamba, but that really
Mm.
cost him. Oh my goodness. Okay. That is maybe miscalculated aggression here on the side of West Point Mamba. Now,
Oh.
Federalis definitely in charge of picking up the remaining, the remaining members, specifically Migs here, because Emas we had to say goodbye earlier on, and this is again the balance that we were trying to instill or to talk about with West Point Mamba. They cannot be too passive. But at the same time, if you're a little over aggressive without the proper comms or calculation, then it's gonna do you more harm than good. Now here we go. Oh, Karma. Karma's out of there with just two.
Oh no.
Oh, Federalis ate another nade of it. Oh my goodness, man. You're not lying. This is definitely gonna be another nade fest if we've ever seen one. So.
It's a tough competition, for the side of West Point Mambas. I
Mhm.
mean, they are indeed going up against, a titan, which is A1 Esports, and pretty much when it comes to knowledge and experience, A1 is by far a bit more compared to WPM. But let's see
Mhm.
if they can pick up, from
There it is.
where they left off, because Michi is still alive, in this. Are they still, is Michi still alive?
Oh,
Yes. Oh
they
no,
they
they have,
they
what,
literally
West
just
Point
got
Mambas have been
eliminated.
completely, yes, wiped
Yeah.
out. Anyway, we still got a bit over here. We got Dante. Okay,
Dante.
he is spotting some players coming from the guys of Asian. Okay, and some players as well coming from A1, and also the last remaining player from GZ. Okay, we still don't know what's gonna happen. But who do you think has the most
Five. Two.
advantage so far?
I'll call it out as it is. I think BIT definitely has. Bad Intention definitely has. But, of course,
Hmm.
the guys of Asian still complete, still looking strong. And Genesis, of course, I'd say the experience will still be enough. And look at this. That's what we're talking about. The guys of Asian takes one
Oh,
again. Now, CMFZ out of there, Red. They had to regroup. This is what we were talking about. Without Genesis is down to their last shred, supposedly of hope. But again, as complete as they are, okay, never mind. The guys of Asian managed to
yes.
inflict more wounds on A1 Esports, but BITX, this just might be bad intentions. Might be rewarded here, Red. Let's see if they're gonna be, if again, if this is gonna favor them in any way, because 40%,
All right.
that's a huge mountain to climb.
If they play their cards right. I mean, anything can still go. One
True.
bad move can actually cost them the game. But anyway, it's time to go for a quick rotation so far, and it looks like MH over here will be joining the rest of the team in this position. I think, coming from BITX, we already have like two players knocked down or one player knocked down, so this puts them a little bit of a disadvantage. And here comes
Oh,
the attack coming from the guys of Asian. Oh man, A1 Esport has been eliminated so far, so that was a big surprise. So this is now between Bad Intentions versus the guys of Asian, and just look at that massive kill points peak. I mean, it doesn't even matter if they don't get the chicken dinner.
yes.
18 elimination points so far.
Oh,
That puts out the pressure completely from the guys of Asian. And here comes again with the nade attacks. Okay, May is missing, but
oh
he
no.
knows that there is one player over to that side, but he can't seem to pinpoint where exactly.
The sun is already setting here for BITX. I'll be very honest here. And oh, okay. I'm not gonna talk right now because this is a little too close for comfort. We have two down from the guys of Asian, and the play zone just takes out Not really a good look here, Red. No
Oh,
way, and they managed to close game number 2. The guys of Asians did
wow.
it again for day number 3. They are match number 2 winners, and this time they really are sealing the deal here, Red. Looks
Wow.
like they are match number 2. They are our second winner chicken dinners for tonight. It's insane.
I feel like they heard what I said just a while ago, that we were
They
kind of
did.
expecting um like a massive gameplay coming from this team, and there was this big
Mm,
question mark. Now I'm taking back, the question mark that I've placed, because surely with the kind of performance that they showed for us from this match
yeah.
alone speaks so much at what they can do
Mhm.
still, in the next couple of matches, in the next rounds to come. We are definitely setting the bar high, when it comes to the guys
Mhm.
of Asians. I already have like this big expectations, and will definitely be looking out for them. But wow, 789 total damage comes from Amura Chile, 1007 from May, and 1257 from and from Edward it's 495. And look at the damage taken,
My
Pika. It means
gosh.
that they have been extremely careful at how they approach things.
Hmm.
They were able to dodge. The map awareness alone is incredible. And 8 elimination points coming from Am. Wow, that is just solid right there.
feels just like ranked games, ladies and gentlemen. That's how comfortable they seem to be,
Yeah.
especially at this point. With 359 damage taken, arguably, like what this is like second highest out of their team. It means that he was
Hmm.
really willing to go the distance. He really did stand in the line of fire. But of course, it makes absolute sense for to be our MVP with the 8 eliminations just by himself now with 1,257 damage. It makes absolute logic. It's good logic that he will again maybe just carry the team a little later on. Now 38% out of the entire team's contribution. It's definitely commendable, Red. So looking forward, and come on, man, this is TGOA. There's a reason
Right.
why I think as early as now they're becoming a crowd favorite.
The guys of Asian breathing like dragons of the East. Yeah, you know what I mean. But
Oh, that's true.
anyway, um, total damage that we got. Bad intentions, CMF9 T degree, and also coming
I
from
like
me
that
from the
wordplay.
guys of Asian.
90
Right,
degrees.
total right? Total eliminations, six, and average
Mhm.
survival time. I think it's pretty much just the same.
Close. Yeah.
Just with the exception, of course, with the total damage that was dealt in the game. I think it goes to the guys of Asian. And just look at that, Pika. It is soaring high. Damage and elimination points from the side of TGOA is right there, balanced, perfectly standing over there at the top spot for this match number 14.
I'm pretty sure if this graph could go any higher, it's definitely gonna soar, because 21
Hmm.
frags, 10 basically 10 kills away from the nearest one. That's the nearest team next to it. That's definitely something to take pride in. Now, I gotta hand it
Hmm.
as well to West Point Mamba. They lasted quite
Yes, right.
longer than we expected them to be. Maybe just again, as we
Hmm.
mentioned, a few bad calls. What that push from Migs actually, in my
Hmm.
opinion, cost them quite a bit because it forced their team to go for the revive at least. But again, it's not the last we'll be seeing of West Point Mamba. Now, this is a big leap from the guys of Asian. Granted, how many points they racked up since they won rather, they're definitely going to be a contender. They're
Hmm.
definitely up there, I would dare say. But again, with this trio, look at the second, third, and fourth teams respectively, representing their flags. It means that they're really at least for the most part as aggressive as they come. They want those points. And look at the eliminations as well from BITX. That's
Hmm.
11. So no one
Right.
else after that actually came close.
Right. And just to add up about the West Point Mamba, of course, there is no doubt that WPM is by far one of the most hard clutching teams in the Philippine local scene. In case you guys
Hmm.
don't know, this is a team coming from the Philippines. They're actually one of the best seasoned players, not to mention having, like a very experienced coach as well. The plethora of skill set that these guys have is a major
Hmm.
reason why they dominate the PH scene. But I feel like they still need a little bit more of experience on how to handle crucial situations. I mean, it was no joke going up against A1 Esports. We already know that. I
Hmm.
mean, it is one of the top contenders. Actually, it's just two contenders that we have right at this moment. It's DRS and A1 Esports. Now, experience in terms of not just as individual players speaker, but like as a whole team. They've again. I've already said it. They've already played in two pro leagues. Um,
Hmm.
and to be able to play at this caliber means a lot, to be honest. Right, going up against teams from South Asia
Hmm.
and Southeast Asia will absolutely add more tenacity in terms of their strategy and gameplay, and we're excited to see more of WPM.
And speaking of excited, for all of you guys, ladies and gentlemen out there, if you want to vote for your favorite teams and players, don't forget to do so.
Mm.
The links and is in the description as well as the pinned comment. So it ends on June 17th. Do not waste this chance for you to get your votes out there and give these players the moral love that they absolutely deserve.
Right. And you know what? If you're having such a good time, please don't forget to give us a like and follow on all of our social media handles. It's at Red Queen Gaming and at Pika Lozano. Also for Esports County and A1 Gaming Esports. I mean, you all you need to do is just hit that subscribe button below so you won't miss any of the updates and also the PUBG mobile action.
Awesome stuff here. And again, this is already shaping up to be, again, as I mentioned, third time's a charm. But ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to map number 3 after this short break of the PUBG Mobile Community Stars Finals. Don't go anywhere. Are we gonna see a three season jump? Because we are moving to map number 3 here at the PUBG Mobile Community Stars Grand Finals. Still bringing you the action right here is yours truly. I'm not geeking in the pink. I am absolutely mellow in yellow here, ladies and gentlemen. Still here is Pika and the Queen herself, the only person you would go on red for, Red Queen Gaming. Hey.
Hey, what's good, ladies and gents? Oh, thank you for that warm welcome, Pika. But let's also welcome the fact that DRS is gonna be back in this match. So
Oh,
the
that's
fans
true.
already making a lot of noise in the comment section. And again, Pika, I think we have a voting uh,
Mhm.
poll or something that's going on for this tournament. When is it gonna end
Yeah.
anyway? Oh, voting ends at June 17th.
June 17th. Yes, definitely. And as we mentioned, we did have some favorites there, at least for the fans. You know, they have DRS, they're
Mm-hmm.
back. And yes, contrary to
Right.
what people believe, we are going back to El Clasico for the third time, which hence my intro. So here we go. Erangel it is again. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to look at a different vantage point this time around. I'm pretty sure the drop
Right.
will definitely be a lot trickier here. So, uh, I'd say Red Queen that this is most likely again a favor for some of the teams, especially the ones who are resuming here, the
Mm-hmm.
returning
Mm-hmm.
teams. off of our
Yes.
group A, I believe. So this is going to be interesting. Now, yeah, yesterday's match number 3 landed on A1 Esports' favor. So I don't know. Are we gonna see A1 Esports gonna do that again maybe,
Oh,
or
well, we
are they
don't
gonna
know.
fall off right then and there? So Jarki apparently is the start of our game, moving south towards Sosnovka military base here, Red. So everybody seems to be migrating towards
Well,
the middle part.
right. And
Everything's hot.
actually, we've got two giants. We've got two giants
Hmm.
competing for this specific match alone. I mean, the most number of chicken dinners after 12 matches, day one, day two goes to DRS. They already have like three to be
Yes.
exact. It only goes
Hmm.
to show the consistency in terms of picking up the right rotations and positioning, not to mention the double placement points that actually came into play day two. It
Yeah.
created huge mileage so far for the team, hence having a strong 32-point lead in the overalls. And I guess, this will definitely allow the team to kind of slow down a bit, take a little pressure off of their
Hmm.
performance, which I think is vital as well, since playing 6 matches a day can be exhausting. But then again, you know what? In this specific match, like I said, there's a DRS and A1 Esports, and these two have been fighting head to head in the overall standing. STE picking to drop into the military base. I think we also have a couple of players coming from MSF2D.
A.
I can already see Falcon rotating over to the northern parts area of the military base, and most of the teams are already in the circle, which actually favored the west side area of Erangel.
With the guys of Asian already by the quarry there, Red. I actually caught sight of where they
Hmm.
chose to land, or at least chose to scout. It might be a loot fest again, as we mentioned. Wow. Okay, I was about to say that they might take things low, but that's
Okay.
not the case here for Genesis Esports. Look at that right out the window. We are seeing a
To the
lot of
wall.
action here already, and and literally itching here for a bit more of those frags. But again, he's already
Yes.
complete wise, with these
Okay.
weapons, but not so much yet of what he needs and able to survive these encounters. So
Mm-hmm.
good stuff right here, and he
Mm-hmm.
takes out one more from Raw, and does
Oh
does draw first
no.
blood against from Genesis Esports. So this is what we're talking about, right? Genesis Esports, another decorated team, and they have a lot of experience to bring around. And again, already with a couple of frags, starting things off quite quick.
Okay. My wild card, raw, ruthless, aggressive
Exactly.
warriors is not really living up to their name as of the moment. Although it remains to be my wild card pick, so they're not having a very good start so far for this match. I'm not quite sure if they have been completely eliminated out of the game. Oh, okay. So we're now down to just 2 players for the teams, which puts them at a great disadvantage so far. I mean, they now need to find a place where they can maybe chill for a moment. But I mean, looking at the situation, all the teams are pretty much aggressive in getting those elimination points so far. So everyone is actually on a hunt. Pika. I mean, we got Genesis
Hmm.
Esports over here, already managed to rack up a total of 3 elimination points so far, and we're talking about just first phase of the circle. Now we're jumping back to the real soldiers, DRS. Let's welcome back Delta, Gante, Keeler, and Rozug. And I've actually checked, their dropping points so far, and they always drop around Milta. And if I'm not mistaken, these teams, I think there are a couple of teams that goes with them as well. I'm trying to look
Hmm.
at my notes over here at where exactly their dropping points are in Erangel. Okay, so far in Milta, there's also the bad intention players. There's
Yeah.
also Stalwart Esports. So, of course, we're gonna be excited to see all the time if these teams find themselves all together. Of course, there is that fight that we all want to happen, but so far it's a place where it is not contested at the moment. So the real soldiers
Hmm.
actually picking up all of the things that they need so far before they engage in any battle in peace.
Again, there's also these teams, right, that really stray off the usual plan. Instead of going for those hot drops or basically those good weapon
Mm-hmm.
loots, they want to go for safety. They want to go for security. Just a little bit of get breathing room. However, that may not be the
Mhm.
case here because, as we mentioned yesterday, one strat that some of these teams may have had,
Mhm.
put into consideration is the fact that it's double points for your, for your placement. So, even if you don't really rack up those eliminations, even if you don't tally them, as long as you survive enough, that'll be worth the grind. So we have 3x Esports already here, going a bit high ground. We saw this approach quite a bit for Erangel. We know this, right? Because
Mhm.
Erangel is very dynamic.
Mhm.
There's a lot of things that can happen. Now here we go, Raw already hitting somebody, already getting the job done here for bad intentions. But trade for trade, here we go.
Yes.
Look at these two teams are on. These two teams are in this already, and they're down to their last man here. Red, bad intentions indeed.
Right. Yes, somebody call 911. Shorty fire burning on the dance floor. So far, we just we seen like a retaliation just happened coming from the side of ruthless aggressive esports. But I think now they're now down to just one player so far, and right
Oh
now
my
holding that
goodness.
DPS, if I'm not mistaken, we got Jax over here from Bad Intentions trying to hunt down this lone wolf around a school area. Okay, here we go. Jax just outside of this building over here, pretty much very close with one another. So who is gonna fall onto their knees with this 1v1 situation? Because we got Dante bleeding out there in the
Okay.
open, and I think Jax opted to go for that quick heal up, but I don't think this lone wolf player coming from Raw will allow that to happen. Of course, this is the perfect opportunity for him
And
to
that's it. Yeah.
get the job done, right? To take out
Hmm.
Jax completely, but he doesn't want, of course, to get out of this building. He's gonna give up the cover, and I think this is pretty much the best way to deal with in this situation. He needs to let Jax get inside the building instead. He needs to be defensive in this
Hey!
situation. But whoa, what a wonderful again jump shot coming from Raw over here. But oh, he just missed by hair. I mean, very
Okay.
low in HP though, and he's giving a chance to actually go for that heal.
Yo!
Raw again with that DPS. Finally putting a
There
cap
we go.
on that one Pika, setting up the score. But in the process, yo, he just lost three of his teammates, man.
That was insane. It was a never-ending cat and mouse chase. It was really cool. Even
Mm-hmm.
with that honey badger, there really was no way that he was gonna be able to survive that. The DPS is close quarter king. So, good stuff right there. And again, bad intentions. That's all she wrote. I would dare say, but we can't say the same for these heavy hitting teams as we mentioned. We have DRS trained to kill, still again just doing their thing,
Mm-hmm.
taking things slow, pacing themselves. It is only stage one, by the way. So
All right.
the circle and the playable zone it's not gonna shrink. It's not gonna shrink for action anytime soon. So I'm pretty sure that some of these teams have been reformulating. Not to mention, this is the
Mm-hmm.
third Erangel we have
Mm-hmm.
tonight. So this might just be one lesson that all these teams are willing to go threefold. So we already have an
Mm-hmm.
elimination from Bad Intentions. Raw is close, if I may. I don't want to have to jinx it
Mm-hmm.
because they're down to their last man. However, they do have the most frags so far. Right? They might be able to at least gatekeep some of these teams from actually advancing and getting any kill points. So A1, the boys of A1, they're already down one man and one already back to the lobby. So red. Oh my gosh, Kokimu. Here we go from limit over. Bad
Okay.
siding right here, and he only has that rock in between, so we
Mm-hmm.
have to regroup
But it
here,
was a
Red.
good thing though. He was able to actually go behind that rock over here to dodge those
Yes.
bullets coming his way. Oh, so that was a very good timing. But we got Turu
Oh
Love right
no!
at this moment, getting stuck in that haystack, but still managed to actually get down from that buggy and get behind this cover over here. So that allowed him to actually go for that quick kill. But unfortunately, he is being pushed by players coming from 3x as well. It's just so fortunate that that 3x player was or has been tagged as well by Train to Kill, if I'm not mistaken. So there is a fight that might happen so far between these teams, and it looks like True Love is looking for that
Yep.
true love because he wants to seal the deal.
And that he does here, and taking out Knight in the process. So 3x again with one more sole survivor, just one. This is going to be a tricky play for 3x in order for them to survive, and that's how core, I believe. So again, they're riding that buggy, and that is a few more pedals away from exploding, my guy. You better, you better get one that's a bit fresh from the garage. Let's see. So Train to Kill already
Mm-hmm.
has a couple frags here. Doki, we
Mm-hmm.
remember Doki, Red. You know, from day one. Again, giving a spectacular plays, and we know how Train to Kill is. They're also very much aware of where they are in the map. You know, as far as they may look, they know how to hold their ground. So I saw a lot of frags earlier from Sandesh,
Mm-hmm.
if I'm reading that right, from Train to Kill. That's,
Right.
again, really impressive. But Limit Over, I can't say the
Mm-hmm.
same. 50-50 over here. We have Kokimu and Fear left.
Yeah.
So,
And it's not always, like a good way to start the game with losing members of your of your team. So you might
mhm.
as well just talk to the rest of the teams. Is this going to be the better drop location for us? Is this going to work for us? Do we know this location enough better to defend it against any teams who might decide to actually crash this one? But it looks like Demo over here. Okay, I think he's pretty much decided to go up against
Hmm.
Malik over here. Ooh, he throws in
What
the
a
molly.
molly!
Raw throws in the nade, and now Demo cooking up that nade as well. Ooh, completely missed that one. He actually threw it into onto the left side, but here it comes now. The rotation, the attack. Demo with a DBS finds his opponent. But
Wow!
oh, what a turn of events! He was the one who actually got shot down.
Lured in was Demo. He was a bit too overextending there. And even with that shed, you know, that very, very small, uh, basically that bin, he barely has anything to go to. And still, because of that greed, I would say Demo just walked right into a DPS to the
Mm,
sternum.
mm-hmm.
Bad call right there. And Malik, from, again, ruthless aggressive,
Oh.
he was able to capitalize on that. And that's what we like, you
Mm-hmm.
know,
Mm-hmm.
these tests of patience from these
The
players will
test of
definitely
patience.
come into play. But now the circle really
Right.
moving towards the quarry and the pier. We're looking at a lot of vantage points over a lot
Oh.
of roads as well. So this might just be a good encounter, a good battlefield for these teams. But look how far
Right.
MABATEX is at the moment, and they might have their hands
Okay.
full with DRS should they come into combat.
Mm-hmm. Doki with an okie dokie shot. Alex now goes down and has been booted out of the lobby, or in the wrangle. Godless and the Jol is the only players remaining for that team. But let's take a look at what's happening with the Limit Over as they now go head to head with the guys of Asian around here in Ferry Pierre. Koke Moo again with that impressive spray down now. He is cooking up that nade so far. Let me see if he can actually take him down. Okay, so far he was able to dodge that attack. Let's see if they will now
Definitely hearing them.
go for that push. He is Kokimui Moo, just standing or they're waiting here by the stairs. And wow, a headshot with a
Oh
DBS.
boy.
That was spectacular.
A bit brutal, if I may add. Now he does need to kick in those survival skills. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Kokimu just has one medkit remaining here. Red, fully healthy, but not enough for the best. Now let's go. Let's take the fight again outside. There they are. Raw is
Mm-hmm.
out of there, Red. Just like that. But 5 eliminations. That again, that puts their name on the record again.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful stuff. Now
Mm-hmm.
Limit Over at the end of the road for them so far with only one elimination.
Right.
And Train to Kill, again, living up to their namesake. Slowly. This is what I was talking about. We had an Og. We had an Og Slayer right here, Red, with
Mm-hmm.
Sandesh. I hope I'm reading that right. With 3 frags for the team. And as much
Right.
as Turulov, we want to keep going, but that was it. He was sent home, sent packing. So it remains for the rest of the team to continue the mission. Now, let's talk about these teams that we know for a fact are taking things slow as we saw them before. Again, Stalwart
Mm-hmm.
Esports, Red. They're never hasty. And again,
Mm-hmm.
TGOA, right? These teams right here, they're pacing. They're using tempo to their advantage. Oh boy. Ow! Oh my goodness.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Genesis Esports again. I or AI. Ice is knocked down, and
Zai, that
there's
was Zai, yeah.
no way, or Zai, no way for him to actually be picked up by Master Ichi over here. He is inside that building, safe and sound. So, I mean, he doesn't have any teammates left, so he needs to pick up, like
Mhm.
smart battles and play this one out. Completely just alone in the battlefield. Stalwart Esports again, just 2 points. 2 points so far in this match, and we're talking about the stage 4 in Erangel. Um, Again, it was an explosive start of events, for Stalwart Esports. I think, again, we've mentioned this a while ago, that in order for them to catch up with those points that was set up by the other teams in the top 12, they need to finish each round with a double-digit score. That is how aggressive the gameplay needs to be if they want to actually make up for those lost points. Now, the kill fit is
Mhm.
actually lighting up, and it's those players coming from high voltage that is dropping like flies at the hands of MABATEX.
Wow, and again, we know that MABATEX is they're kind of like a dark horse team in some ways, or at least, whenever they face these higher caliber,
Mm-hmm.
squads, if I may. But again,
Mm-hmm.
there's a reason that there's a reason they're a huge threat, and that they have not actually taken as much damage as a team, if I may.
Wow.
So
Mm-hmm.
here we go. Now, as we mentioned earlier, the circle looks like it's going to end up in either the pier or Primorse, maybe even Quarry. So this is going to be a crossroad crossfire. So let's see how that's going to turn out. Now we have Johnny over here from MS. Still, again, this entire team. No casualties and no eliminations. Playing the slow game here, Red. Alongside again MS, we have DRS, Seventh Element as well. These teams are without a doubt just going the distance, I would say.
And not to mention, BITxCMF actually is in the best position so far. All of the teams will be heading
Hmm.
towards their direction. Everyone is just right in front of them. They don't need to worry about teams coming from the left side or their right side. All they need to
Yes.
do is just focus what's in front of them. And also, considering that these teams need to fight, their way in. They need to actually eliminate each other if they want a good spot, inside that circle. But so far, the prime location has been taken over indeed by CMF, and there are still 10
Yes.
teams remaining and 30 players alive with a minute on the clock. This is the fourth phase of the circle, ladies and gents, and we are seeing a lot of those teams right at the edge of the zone trying to actually go for those trade-offs and make sure that they don't get inside the safe zone breathing.
This is what I was talking about, Red. We're gonna see a lot, and I mean a lot of firepower, or at least gunfights across the
Mhm.
road. That's gonna be really
Boom!
tricky. Here we go now. Power lost all that power in just
Power.
this one shell. Yeah, absolutely gone. But this
Yes.
this kind
Oh
of confuses
man.
me. I'm not so sure what's going on here with two actions. We have two actions here from Stalwart Esports. So that kind of confuses me. But regardless,
Oh
they
yeah.
already have three eliminations and still looking quite healthy. I'm
Right.
pretty sure they racked up some damage. For the team. And the
Right.
seventh element, we didn't see much of them so far, at least for this game. But I can already feel that they're gonna be some of the the bigger dogs
Mm-hmm.
in the
Well.
yard if they play their cards right, as you said. So now they're entering the safe zone proper. Oh my gosh, I got dizzy from that there,
Hey,
Zed. My
now.
goodness, man. Okay, there it is. One
Now we're
action gone.
talking. You know what? For the side of Stalwart Esports Pika, it probably means double the action, double the fun. Because right now we are seeing Nirtse over here trying to do a rapid spray down on multiple shots for those players coming from 7th Element. And 7th Element, they don't have that much of a choice. They don't even have that much space to move around. They are actually just on prone out there in the open. They don't have that much cover. But Chami tried to jiggle with no money over
Hey.
there and actually lost the fight again. May, the guys of Asian, there was a nade that exploded right in front of him, thus taking him down
Mhm.
immediately on his knees. Now we are just left with
Hey.
just 2 players remaining for the guys of Asian, ladies and gents. Everything is happening so fast. We got Nirtse over here coming from Solars, now has just crossed from the road and trying to find a spot to finish the job,
Oh
but he
no.
is having a little bit of a punishment coming from TGOA. But it was just so fortunate that there is like a tree right in front of him, so he can go for that quick kill.
That's also going to be, in my opinion, that's one way of giving off information that he is indeed there. You see, this is a bad situation for you to be in a bad position. Again, I hate being the bearer of bad news, and I don't mean to be pessimistic here, ladies and gents, but that is what we were talking about. This circle where it's landing, it's gonna have a lot of
Mm-hmm.
crossfire. So not much cover. So we're gonna see more nades, more bullets, more bodies on the ground. Let's see how it's gonna turn out. So we still have DRS, as we mentioned, Red, the wisdom. Definitely paying dividends here with 4 frags, no eliminations from their team yet, but not far behind. We still have
Mm-hmm.
STALWART Esports and MABATEX. Oh my gosh, there we go. I see.
Man,
Down to the knees.
I see.
There's no choice here. This is like a traditional cinematic fight that we're looking at here, Red. It's very open. There's a lot that can happen. Look at this. Someone with a ghillie suit as well. Oh my gosh, Leo taking out Roki from train to kill.
No, yeah, this is
Oh, there it is.
this is a
That's what we're
brawl
talking about.
happening right at the moment. I mean, this is already stage 5 in Wrangle map, and we're looking at MABATEX so far, 7 elimination points. Most number of kills goes to Wally over here. Now, Action probably saying to his teammate, "Hey, come on, you need to hurry up. Come beside me. We need to go for that quick kill." And everything needs to be done so fast because mayhem has already begun. The guys of Asian as well, moving on to another place as the zone shrinks, but Stalwart Esports
is.
are trying to make their way
Hey.
in, but somehow they are being prevented. They are being kept at bay by another team, which is DRS. And you know what? Number advantage so far goes to the real soldiers. They have a very good position so far. They have the number advantage, and right now they are
Mhm.
really showing force against the remaining teams inside the game.
Oh my gosh. Talk about Apex. These guys right here, they are the top predators so far here, Red. They are looking rather healthy. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. MABATEX, currently our top fraggers, they're still down by 3. Now seventh
Mhm.
element eliminated already. Sad to say, they have to again take the trip back home. Got to ride that Humvee, but we are down to our last 6 team here with Genesis Esports remaining, as well as the guys of Asians. They have to go mano a mano on this one, May the best man win, if I may, because these other teams are definitely outnumbering them, outgunning them, out-resourcing them.
Mhm.
It's not a good look. Now look at how DRS is scattered all over the place and how far they are from the rest of the opposition. Look at how MSX, they're only down to 2, but I don't think they're initiating anything. They're just
Mhm.
trying to they're just trying to play it coy,
And
But there it is. The guys of
right.
Asians leaving at number 6.
Yes, and they're actually making use of the time. I mean, if you're gonna look at the
Oh
situation,
no.
they're not even inside a safe zone just yet. I mean, they're taking
Yeah.
advantage of the fact that they are inside a compound that provides them cover, so they don't need to get inside the safe zone just yet. We can see Rolls over here, rolling as well with his buggy, and right now he might face up against the Action. And here we go again, Pika, with the exchange of nades. Action taking in some damage.
Oh, there
Rolls
it is.
with the attack as well. Takes down Action in the process. Now he needs to figure
we
out
go.
a way on how to spot Icy over to that tree over there, just in front of him. Actually, we're just not sure if Rolls is actually aware of that fact that there is another
Yeah.
player coming from Stalwart actually just nearby, but we all know that DRS is very good at collecting those intel, collecting all those information, because knowledge is always power. And well, DRS is not like a total stranger when it comes to the power kills.
And this is not that kind of blue zone, or basically this is not the kind of blue reaper you'd want to make a deal with, painful, and doesn't take
Mm-hmm.
any prisoners, Red. So, and it's nice enough that DRS had that loot landing right in front of him as the gunfight was ensuing. That could not be any
Lucky
more
for him.
properly coincidental. That's
There you go.
right on the noggin here, folks. So gotta be super careful. STE, Stalwart Esports, one of the titans,
Oh
as
man.
Red always puts out of there already. Now we are down to DRS, MABATEX, Genesis Esports, and MSX. So this is going to be an interesting last circle
Yes.
here, Red, because as you can
Yes.
see, there's no high ground advantage, hardly any. This is like middle ground,
Oh.
and here we go. Delta taking out Leo from Mab. Mab is down to two more players and one already on their knees. Now DRS sitting pretty like the kings that they are so far, Red Queen. I oh what a nade from Killer. A killer. Definitely all pun intended. So my goodness.
Oh my god. This is now go
Minute
time for DRS,
10.
but oh, that was an unfortunate situation for Delta as he finds himself the knockdown at the moment, and probably he will be the first one to go out of DRS. Yes, we are now down to just 3 players for the real
Oh,
soldiers, but hey, here we go. DRS showing up for this match, getting yet again
hey.
another winner chicken dinner, the fourth WWCD in this PUBG Mobile Community Stars. Ladies and gents, your winners for this match.
The real soldiers cannot be any more real here, folks. You saw how dominant they've been, Red Queen, since they dropped off the
Right from
map.
the get go.
They exactly. It was all momentum moving forward from their nades to their frags. And again, they did not go in a little too prematurely. They took their sweet time, and at the end of it all, they
Mm-hmm.
came out unharmed, unscarred, still
Mm-hmm.
looking like $1,000, if I may. So that's really something. That's the statement they all make. Even if you look at the comment section, there's a lot of noise for the real soldiers. It's one of those teams that, again, we don't mean to be pessimistic about it, but they really have a huge
Mm-hmm.
target on their back. So congratulations, that was map number 3. The real soldiers takes it. See, this is what
Yes,
we're talking about.
they
Look at
have been
look at
patient indeed.
Rules OG. Look at the damage of Rules OG that he took, as well as Giante. Hardly a scratch. Look at this, Red.
Yep. They have been patient, really patient for this match. I mean, they were, I think, the only team that was able to get to the latter stages of the game with a complete members for the team,
Hmm.
and hence, having that fragging power, having that firepower as well, really puts them at a great disadvantage. And yes, 461 damage goes to Giante over here with just a minimum of 33 for damage taken for this one player alone. Killer YT living up to his name with 951 damage, 279 with the damage taken, and 4 elimination so far in this match number 15. And the El Capitan, 515 damage with 2 elimination points. And Delta, the first player to get knocked down, but we're talking about the
Hmm.
end zone already. So pretty much it was an
Yeah.
obvious end game for DRS, and oh my, that was just beautiful to watch. But the most valuable player goes to Ichi over here. As you mentioned a while ago, he had been very itchy in terms of getting those elimination points, and so
Yes.
far he has earned the MVP spot for match number 15, putting up a total of 5 kills inside the game with an outstanding 71.43% contribution for his team. I wonder if his back is actually hurting right at the moment from carrying all that weight. Oh my goodness. I just want to know.
His teammates better be scratching him up, because Itchy definitely g- putting in the work for Team Genesis Esports. Now, this is quite the comparison, Red. Really, really interesting. Look at the gap between Killer and Itchy. So that's a huge damage differential, if I may. But again,
Mm,
granted that DRS made it all the way to the last circle, almost unharmed, almost with a complete roster. That says a lot. So these two guys, in their own right, they
yes.
have their distinctions, mostly primarily the eliminations and damage, but at the end of it all, it's whoever makes it last and who makes it out of there,
Oh,
and
this is
bringing the team
nice.
the chicken dinner. So this, yes, exactly, this stats for DRS, again plummeting them to the top of the tower with 2,210 damage in total. My goodness. And you know that 33 damage dealt earlier, Red, that's you hitting your toe on the door. That is not a bullet, that is absolutely nothing.
And yeah, well, DRS, they be my top pick, man. So I told you I'm gonna be sticking it out with DRS. I think they have the best potential so far to really finish this game at the top spot.
Mhm.
Again, with the consistency, the right rotation, the right battles, everything. The timing, the positioning. It's just it's i- so incredible to witness this kind
Mhm.
of performance coming from this team. Um, I'm just still looking out for those teams who have been not having a very good games. We're still waiting
Hmm.
for them to pick up the pace. Give the amount of energy that the best teams are probably giving out at the moment, and do good in the next rounds to come. But let's check out the statistics again with the nades. Pika, 247 nades. That's the total number of throwables that was used in that particular match. I mean, like I said, forget about the guns. It is about those nades, and I mean, who can blame anyone, right? Because when you use nades inside the game, you can probably take out at least two, three immediately, or maybe like wipe out an entire squad with just one throw.
Hmm. Not to mention Molotovs. But again, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of squads, here we go. Do not forget to vote for your favorite teams here, and it ends on June 17th. If you wanna cast your votes, just check out the pinned comments as well as the description. You can click on that. Then let us know who you would want to emerge on top, ladies and gentlemen. So this is quite the game number three, Red. All those nades definitely
Yes.
enough to blow up a hill. So I am I am excited, more than excited to see most likely a different map moving forward. And again, it was kind of like a crazy anticipation that I had seeing where that circle will end, because as we mentioned, that's a lot of road. There's no mountain in between, not much trees. There's no water for you to dip in. And Erangel, you never fail to amaze me. There's a reason a lot of these players actually like that.
I thought you were gonna say there ain't no mountain high enough. But anyway, yeah, there's three more matches to come. We are already halfway through this evening. So, ladies and gents, please continue to support your teams, continue to root for your favorite players, and let the toxicity die down for a bit. Because we just have to let all of these teams do the talking inside the battlefield. So
That's right.
let's spread love instead. And speaking of love, don't forget to check out our Facebook gaming pages as well. It's at Red Queen Gaming and, of course, Pika Lozano. But for the meantime, ladies and gents, we are just going to catch our breath. So don't go away. We will be back after this. Hey guys, we are gathered here today to witness the undeniable prowess of this PUBG mobile teams here in Esports County's community stars. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to your daily dose of PUBG mobile action. Now, you guys are still with us. My name is Red Queen Gaming, and the guy that turned into something beautiful, all because he is wearing yellow, Pika Lozano.
Definitely, it is all yellow red. So much love. Thank you, thank you. And as we move towards the latter half of our
Mm-hmm,
day, these teams may be either going gritty or they're
mm-hmm,
going home. It's not one of those situations that you can actually relax from. But ladies and gentlemen, please let us know
mm-hmm.
if you yourselves have any favorites whatsoever. You all you got to do is click on the description and
Yeah.
or the pinned comment below so you can vote for your favorite teams and your favorite players. Now, Red, finally within today, we are gonna see Miramar for the first time today. We're so excited. I'll be very honest. I for
Yeah.
one, I can't believe I actually said it. That I'm happy we're in Miramar right now. With all this drought, all this coverless area,
Oh
I
my
am
goodness.
I'm excited how they're gonna deal with this right now. And this is again another team, another couple teams that are
I
returning.
Yeah, I've
There
never
you go.
been
So we're,
excited
we're
to see
starting off.
Miramar
Yeah.
again. We've had a change
Right.
of scenery so far. This is the first time that we're gonna have Miramar for tonight's event, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know
Yeah.
what, Pika?
Yeah.
I hope I will see some like giant worms. The ones that we see from Dune so far, but I doubt that. But anyway, let's just talk about something about the teams already here as they are now getting ready to plunge into their desired location so far in Miramar. And this
Mhm.
is a forgiving flight path, Pika. It's pretty much right there in the
Oh
middle,
yeah.
starting from the east, going to northwest of Miramar, and we can already see some of the players from Red already on the ground going for that car play because you know how important it is to have a vehicle in Miramar, to travel from
Mhm.
point A to point B and also to use this as a cover when times get tough. All right, we can also see a couple of players heading towards the northern side as well. CMFG, MABATEX, we got oh, sorry, this is
Yeah. Oh
MSF2D.
yes.
We got La Cobreria, we got Skylightz Gaming, and around here at El Pozo, we got Kerma, YGS or Yangon Galacticos maybe, and some of the players from the
Hmm.
Raging Bulls. Pecado, I think, might be occupied as well by the players of 3X. But so far, we can see a lot of colors, in particularly right there in the middle of Miramar.
I was actually about to say that, yeah, the boys from DRS definitely dropping off where it's hot all the time. It seems to be a
Mm-hmm.
habit that these players are going for now. Um, I also noticed how Impala was kind of like the starting off point for the West Point Mambas. That's an interesting take. It
Mm-hmm.
means they got off the plane really quick. Maybe again they understand how these teams are gonna gun for those hot drops, but. Right now, I think 3x Esports right here. We have Zen, a 7, and Knight. Oh wow! Already on his feet. I was literally about to look at
Oh,
the kill counter right there, but we already have we've already drawn first blood. Not
nice.
looking really good right here as well for Raw, because we're getting trades, but I think it's a little too early, Red. This encounter is not, I
Mm-hmm.
think, what they bargained for.
You know what? What I've noticed so far from this teams is the fact that they're not even hesitant to use shotguns.
That's
They're
true.
very much proficient in terms of getting the job done with just a shotgun. But anyway, this is a bad story again, for 3X, because we only have one player
Mm-hmm.
left to deal with the remaining players coming from ruthless aggressive warriors. And oh, why did you not even check
Hey!
the corners, bro?
Oh
You already
no!
know where the attack was coming from. He was just right there in that very corner. I
Oh
don't know why you
no!
looked left instead of right. Man, what was wrong with you?
Oh man. Okay, so yeah, you struck a nerve on Red. You don't ever do that. He's
Okay,
gonna take it out
I'm
on me.
frustrated, Mecca.
But
No, because I was actually expecting
oh,
that,
I get it.
he'd probably have this one, I can already take this one for the kill, but oh man, I had high hopes that he can actually put that one player down coming from ruthless aggressive warriors. But hey, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. We can still make up for the lost points maybe in the next rounds to come, but definitely you guys already need to figure out what is wrong in the gameplay. What is wrong in the gameplay? What needs to be changed? What you guys need to do in order to adapt to all of the changes that has been happening, each round in this tournament.
I love the fact that she explained after I said that. That's that is hilarious. But at the
I
same
felt
time, I
bad.
understand the sentiment. I know, I know. Like I said, I understand completely. So 3x Esports definitely out of there with one frag. Could have had more. Yes, I understand the sentiment right there, Red.
Hmm.
So here we go. Speaking of eliminations, we're already seeing one per piece from Raw, Limit
Hmm.
Over, and Skylightz Gaming. So again, these teams may need to step on the step on the brakes a little. This is map number 4, and it's they have to be very cautious. You can't afford any more casualties as well as wasted
Mm.
points, especially for eliminations, right? So, and as we mentioned, West Point Mambas, they chose to drop at towards the lower part of our map, aka around the southeast corner. So they may have that plan to maybe regroup for a
Hmm.
little bit, not really to
Maybe.
engage into gunfights they're not sure of, because remember a while ago that did cost them, especially that wrong push by Miggy. So hopefully they don't make that same mistake, if we're able to, if we're allowed to at least go for unsolicited advice. But here we go with CMFG, the entire squad literally just dropping off. Uh, I think they're gonna go for a bit more of a supply run here, Red. So, and it's only stage 1 anyway.
Yeah. I mean, this is probably the best time to get everything that you need, go from compound to compound. As we all
Yep.
know, we've got limited loots, in when it comes to Miramar. So teams, sometimes they
Definitely.
don't have a choice but to actually drop into the massive areas, to the big cities, right? In order for them to
Yeah.
actually have the upper hand advantage in terms of like loots. And we all know how important it is, for this tournament, for this brand of
Oh.
tournament, the nades grenades to use, in each round. But oh no, what is happening? It looks like
Oh
Stalwart's Esports is
no!
going head to head, toe to toe against the players of the West Point Mambas, and I can already confirm that Federalis is on his knees right now, and Michi just took in a
Hey!
nade.
Oh my gosh, Red! This is one of the reasons I'm very cautious with what I say. And now I just jinxed that slow play by
Mm,
West Point Mambas. Look at this, because Stalwart Esports definitely on these snake tails. It really isn't a good look so far for the Mambas. But again, such is life, as a wise man once said. Now here we go. The entire CMFG again rolling out of there like the Autobots that they are. Oh, beautiful stuff! And I was about to say that Emas right there, he was the first to go. I saw the kill feed and he was the first one to get knocked down. But in unfortunate fashion, Stalwart Esports beheaded the Mambas just like that as early on as stage one.
ouch. Both of the teams, we cannot deny the fact that they are on a mission. I mean, it all goes down onto which team wants it, bad, or
Yeah.
like who wants it better. But it looks like Stalwart Esports was actually the one that dominated the fight, and you're right. I mean, they just actually decapitated that Mumbo over there. But in the
Yeah.
process, it was still okay because Mamba Esports was actually, they were able to get action from Stalwart Esports. That puts them at a disadvantage. I mean, considering the fact that these are all Titans, like I mentioned earlier, we are surrounded by Apex Predators, but we don't know what's gonna happen because Predators can sometimes be a prey to a much bigger Predator inside the game.
Mhm. Definitely. And with again, we know how Miramar is. There's a reason why some players actually dread being in this map. You see these levels over here, how you
Mm,
see how icy is actually looking over the horizon, like that mountain over there. I think definitely trying to take a chance. Maybe there are players over there. High ground really is an advantage here for Miramar, and you don't really get that much luxury of being around trees or bushes or rocks, at least not that often, because again, it's a map of drought. So with Stalwart Esports having to give up action, okay, I'm confused again because this is another action that we're talking about, who's
mhm.
currently rolling out, and one of them is out of the game so far. But we still have the likes of, right. You see their names right there. We have DRS Esports. They're still strong. They're still kicking. They're still healthy, and
Right.
of course IHC, yesterday's first winner chicken dinner team. So again, and MABATEX, not to mention, these teams actually go the distance all the time, or at least majority of the time, Red. So they
Hmm.
uh they have their hands full here. I'm gonna be very honest. This could go either way. Not to mention, look at that Karma and Raging Bull, still without any engagements whatsoever.
Yeah, DRS was able to actually rack up huge number of points so far. I mean, this allowed them to have a little bit of downtime, in terms of their gameplay. They
Hmm.
don't have that pressure compared to the other teams in the game to really perform each round.
Hmm.
They are successful in creating this huge gap in terms of their scores. So again, they created like a little room, for mistakes and errors in the game, and it wouldn't even like take a toll on the number of points that they have set up so far in the scoreboard. Now again, we're back
Hmm.
to watching Raging Bulls over here. So far so good. I think they're pretty much just trying to circle round Miramar looking for a good spot, maybe, or maybe they are already hunting, at this point in this
Yeah, yeah.
competition. We never know, but so far everyone has their own vehicles. Of course, this will be easy for them to gather information. This will be easy for them to actually go from a point A to point B. Easy for them to look for an angle in case they will be having a collision course with another team. But it looks like they will settle here for the moment while they wait
Hmm.
for the zone to shift.
And this is a wise move as well, Red, for raging bulls, because you see how this basically this ruins these structures around them will definitely provide good cover, and there are no nearby mountains that will that can put them in any danger so far, or maybe less. But with Team Karma, again, we have a lot of faith, right? They've had their share of time in the spotlight, their chicken dinners, Red. So I'm pretty sure that they also know what's up. With Miramar being a fresh map for them to at least regroup from what we saw earlier. 3 Erangels in a row. That is actually not a joke, right? So you would definitely feel a bit of restlessness at this point, because granted that
Hmm.
granted that Miramar is again very dry. There's no bodies of water for you to actually maneuver around or hide. Then you're gonna have to recalculate your ways. It's one of those. But now, I don't know, Red. Like, I'll say it right now. You see those levels. You see those mountains go that go
Hmm.
all over the map. It's with the way that the circle also looks. I think we're gonna have to scrap all of that. That idea. Speaking of scrapping, there we go. So Malik from Raw already gets one in his name, care of Ghost from Agon. So Red, there we go. I think that's a good knockdown. Sooner or later, that's gonna be a kill.
Like, and it looks like, MABATEX won't be choosing to fight against Karma. I don't think
Yeah.
this is the right time just yet for them to engage. So far, maybe they don't have the proper equipment just yet, or maybe they still don't
Mhm.
have that much utilities inside their backpack. Again, we're talking about, if you want like some good arsenals in your backpack, you need to be able to actually scavenge, as much compounds as
Mhm.
you can. If you're not that too confident in maybe dropping into the large cities in Myanmar. So you need to go compound to compound just to be able to complete attachments, everything that you need before you
Yeah.
engage into a fight. But we got Karma over here. I think he found a
Oh,
nitrogen, and
yes, he
well,
did.
Tada just made sure that he will be flat right on the ground and take this one for the kill. So they already have like one elimination point so far, and there is another team lurking or like also within proximity. And if I read that right, those are the plays coming from Raging Bulls. Okay,
Yes.
4 men strong, and they have the higher ground position as well. There is another team that's inside that compound, and those are the players coming from CMFG. Now, this is what makes it interesting, because even though you are inside a building in Miramar, it's so open. This specific
Mhm.
building over here has a lot of open corners, and just look at that, Mr. Black. Um,
Yes.
he has his sights over to those open windows over there, and if CMF gets a little too reckless, or like maybe expose even just like a strand of hair, or like an elbow or like an ankle, Mr.
Yes.
Black will definitely, there is that big possibility that they can be taken down, and you don't want to be taken down, especially when you guys are inside a building, because that will be easy for the opposition to actually crash that building and eliminate you guys
Yes.
out of the game.
Yeah, definitely a lot of combustible surfaces there, Red. So you got to be careful, especially with the Scar and the Mini 14 right here, and then the
Hmm.
right hand of Mr. Black. I think he has a good vantage point, looking at where the oppositions are. That's again
Mm.
dangerous grounds, even for Stalwart, even for a team as good as Stalwart Esports. There's no safety. If you already have sights set on your way. Speaking of which, there we go. Agon's already in sights of Mr. Black. Is he able to get a bit of damage? Yes, he does. So slowly. Oh, look at this! Now going Hot Wheels all over the place. You gotta be super careful, otherwise Mr. Black is gonna add to his tally. There is no frags yet, by the way, here, Red, for Raging Bull. So I think they just want to go for positioning here. Oh my gosh. Okay,
Mm.
so right on the side, Mr. Black is spotted by somebody. Just hard for us to see who that was. I think it's someone from
I think
IHC.
that was no, I think that was from Stalwart, since they
Yeah, yeah.
probably have, Mr. Black in their line of sight. But
Oh,
IHC
yes.
Esports in big trouble. Once again, we already have like 2 players from their team who is currently knocked down. Okay, Demo is bleeding out there in the open while Godless takes care of business. Now he spots this player coming from Red Esports on a buggy as well, but he needs to be wary of Octopus, who
Oh no.
actually has a good
Yep.
advantage point so far. So now we got Godless over here backing out from that fight. Maybe would want to change the angles or maybe heading towards that
Yeah.
compound. But again, you don't want to turn your back if there is an opponent hunting you. And again, we got Mr. Black over here. He spotted players coming from Agon as well. I mean, they are completely surrounded by a lot of squads, honestly. I mean, Mortaza is just so unfortunate that he had been tagged. But yeah, they have a very good sight. You know, they have a very good vision of what goes down or what goes right down below.
And don't look now, Red, but Skylightz Gaming already out of the equation here. Only with a single elimination now. But now Demo has his crosshairs down up towards domain, up towards that hill, and Pico pick with a vehicle. I think out. Oh, okay. I was about to say that he might be picking up his teammate, but no, he joins the fight. Here we go, and Zeal unfortunately already sent back to the lobby here. Just a bit of a generator in between. So Demo needs to heal, needs to recuperate here a little bit. His vest is almost gone. Helmet's almost compromised as well. M416 in hand. You know, he needs that bits of information. Now let's not forget that Red Esports is still in this fight, and Godless is quite a bit. He's quite a bit distant from the rest of his teammates. So as I could hear from that exasperated expression as well there, Red, that this is not really the plan I think that IHC was going for at all. And the same goes for Red Esports.
You know why? Because actually, the one that finished off Octopus, from Red was DRS. DRS is also looking to join in the fight. I mean, who would want to join in the fight? I mean, those are like free kills, right? But on the kill feed, we got MABATEX as well. Wally was taken out by IHC Alex, so it looks like they are doing a very good counter so far against the players from MABATEX. And we already have like 1 casualty. Ghost has been turned into Casper so far, because he is already out of the game. Now we are left with just 3 players for this team, and right now what they want to do so far is actually keep those teams that are still outside of the safe zone at bay. They don't want to let them in. I mean, if they can actually hold the fort or defend the compound that they are in at the moment, then that would be good.
Gosh.
But IHC forcing their hand inside this compound. I mean, they need to figure out a way fast because the zone is already approaching, ready to devour them.
And speaking of zone, majority of the members from Red Esports were actually casualties care of that playable zone. You know, the Blue Grim Reaper, as we call it, taking those players out. Not really the way you'd want to go. You would rather go for an encounter. Here we go. Now MSFX-F20, they got to regroup here. So 3 of their 4 members are actually on their knees. So I think we're gonna go for Johnny first. Oh, but there we go. Dessert from MABATEX. Getting the job done, getting a 2-piece along the way as well. Now MSX is out of there, Red. So good attempt, but at the same time, bad execution from the opposition. Here we go. IHC, Alex, being the last man standing. He has his hands full here. The buggy's not doing him any more favors. Got to be super careful. And look who's at the very edge of our play zone here. More MABATEX, more Karma, Red, and Spike. There we go with 3 straight eliminations. Definitely giving a good part of his resume. So MABATEX, however, gone. Care of Raw.
Well, Alex, being the last player from that team, needs to actually take all the elimination points as much as he can, because he is about to go out, and he is already at a disadvantage since there are a lot of squads that are still complete inside the game. We got Raging Bulls over here raging indeed against the players coming from Agon I8. We've got Mortaza again with a spray, but unfortunately he was the one that gets tagged down.
Got a two.
And so, you know, RGS in big trouble once again. But Mr. Black, let's see if he can actually make a difference against Agon I8 as he pushes
And he
down
does.
the hill. But
Oh my
gets
gosh.
tagged as well. Now it's all up to Raman as he throws in that nade. But let's see if Agon I8 can do a quick reset because Raymond
Oh
opted
no.
to back away from that angle, from that position, but I guess he changed his mind and just threw in that Molotov. Maybe he's waiting, you know, to see some names up there in the kill feed before he actually pushed down. But right now we can see that he is being punished from right behind.
Oh,
Oh no,
no.
very low in HP, and as soon as he got down, Agon I8 just retaliated and took him out completely of Miramar.
The Raging Bulls as well as IHC being the latest exits here, ladies and gentlemen, for stage number 5. We have about 40 seconds before this shifts, but the circle is already shrinking beyond control here, folks. So the real soldiers, they've lost Killer YT, but again, this still looks like it's leaning towards their favor because there we go, Rules OG just goes for a drive-by and wonderful stuff there, ladies and gents. Because the remainders of these teams, I think that they're gonna do it again, right? They're gonna go vulture again. I think the real soldiers they're gonna let these teams just duke it out, inflict wounds, you know, go gang war on this, and let's see how they're gonna pick up the pieces. Because Romeo Boy from Yangon Galacticos, alongside Mernat, they have to hold the fort, or at least try to survive this onslaught.
Look at
from
here.
these teams.
Oh, this is
Boy.
unusual. Just look at
I'm
Mernat
coming,
Boy
man.
over here, just backing the heck out, right? I don't know why he doesn't want like to turn the buggy, you know, to the front, but maybe he is actually trying to look at if the team that is actually in front of him would go for that spray down, so he can immediately actually dodge that attack. But we are left with just 6 teams, ladies and gentlemen, and 13 players alive. We got Agon I8 over here with a total of 4 elimination points so far. Now, I can't really say that this is a good position so far, you know, for Agon, because they are outside of the circle, right? And they are on a higher ground position. So if they don't do the cleanup as fast as they could, I mean, you're looking at Yangon Galacticos and the real soldiers down at the bottom of this hill, and pretty much they would be like, okay, not sitting ducks, running ducks in this process. So it's easier, you know, for DRS and Yangon Galacticos to take them out.
That's what we're talking about, Red. This is the scavenger hunt already. And I'm not talking about looking for supplies here. We're looking for bodies. So in reality here, these two healthy teams are just going to wait for these weaker, less equipped teams to take each other out. Oh my gosh, that is a Winchester right there, Red. You were right. It does save lives. Oh my goodness. Here we go. So DRS now with 5 frags to their name. Got to be careful here because they still have their hands full with YG, as you mentioned. They just might be the ones who make the cut. Down to our last 4 teams, and Agon right here, Red. Again, the favorite, or one of our favorites, sent home. That is quite unfortunate, but with a huge winning chance for CMF of 40%. It looks like it's gonna be a 3-way tie over here.
All right, so we are seeing actually DRS doing a major cleanup against the Yangon Galactics. We got Marinat Boy over here behind this big boulder. Oh, he is being surrounded now by DRS.
Hey,
oh, it's just so unfortunate because he got burned up alive. Burn, baby, burn once again. And now we are left with just 2 teams remaining. And that is DRS once again, ladies and gents, against the GSM. Now, if you want to lose yourself in the music, the moment you own it, you have to just let it go and go for that kill. Right now, GSM has the number advantage, DRS with just 3. So this makes like a 4v3 situation. On your screen, we got Delta. And right now, CMFG has the best advantage so far because they have taken over that compound. The pressure is definitely on for DRS. And if they close this fight, Pika, if they close this fight, I don't know what's... I don't know. I'd probably say I love you to all of the DRS fans out there.
They're definitely going to be top dog here, Red. But again, you said it yourself. There's still a one-man deficit, and that could mean the make or break for these
Boom!
players. Okay, there we go. DRS still holding their fort, takes Dictator to the ground. Now we have Tryout. 046 and Memo remaining. Oh my gosh, two! We got two. OG takes out Memo. Now it's a
Oh,
3v3.
come
I think we're
on.
in even ground over here. It's a nade fight. Here we go, Red. The hands are up. Let's see who's gonna make the proper calls. Oh, what a bad throw! My goodness, DRS going in for the kill. Down to our
My
last
gosh,
two
Pika, I'm already
players.
going falsetto over here.
But here we go. Still quite healthy. CMF 3v2 here, folks. I was about to say that this could go either way, but the cover advantage seems to go to CMF. But no way that the real soldiers closes it out again with
Oh!
authority for their fifth chicken dinner in a row. My
Oh
gosh.
man! Oh man!
Oh.
I do not even have the words to describe how great and powerful the real soldiers are right at this moment. They are literally dictating the tempo for the PUBG community stars. Oh my goodness, that was just like really eye candy, for not just for the casters but for the viewers as well. I bet everyone really enjoyed that exchange between CMF and DRS, and CMF having all of the advantage but still losing to the real
Yes.
soldiers. That speaks a lot.
They gotta add some stars to the uniforms of the soldiers, Red, because they again proved why they are both the best and the toughest opponents so far here in the grand finals. Now look at this. We have Giante with 4 eliminations, but not far behind, of course, is Delta. Rules OG as well. And as much as Killer YT could not score
Mm-hmm.
eliminations of his own, definitely there to inflict massive damage for his team. So good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
However, it went, the MVP, it went to Igneous from Karma Esports. So good stuff. Contributing up to 60% for his team. He did inflict 759 damage, 6 eliminations total. So again, this is still okay. This is still a really good standing for Karma. I would dare say. But the chicken
Oh
dinner,
man.
uh, again, the affirmation. That's 20 points just for today alone, Red, for DRS. So that's
Yes.
that's something to tip your hat to. Now look at the total damage, like 300-point deficit. Care of Rules OG from DRS.
Right, and just look at his face. I mean,
Breathe,
the
breathe, Red.
the authority is just written all over his face. That smug face over there. I mean, yes, 1,037 damage inside the match compared to 759. Again, that is just outstanding. I mean, with the stats that DRS is showing at the moment, I mean, this is definitely the team to beat. I thought, I kind of said that DRS would kind of slow down for a bit, because they've
Mhm.
managed to actually create that room for mistakes. And of course, doing a 6 matches per day is can be exhausting. We've pretty much established that one, but there is no slowing down for DRS. I don't think it's ever gonna happen. As they continue to rack up a lot of kill points for this tournament, and I can only imagine just like how far of a gap they have compared to the rest of the teams. I mean, during day one and day two, I added up all of the points, right? And the closest team that could actually take over the throne was A1 Esports. Now I am completely unsure.
And it looks like it's going to be ruthless, aggressive warriors here, Red. At least for today, who inched closer towards DRS. And this is already match number 4, Red, that we just concluded. So this only gives these teams 2 more chances. And again, I don't want to have to jinx, but we're seeing Miramar more after this. And it looks like the comfort of DRS in this map, regardless, is just breathtaking. It's just outstanding. And they did win Erangel earlier, so it could just be a matter of time before DRS walks away with another chicken dinner. But again, we don't want to have to jinx it. So these teams, as we mentioned earlier, before we moved on to the next map, they are in need of a serious grind, because not only do the eliminations matter here, but as well as placement. There's no way for you to double
Hmm.
that, and if you don't at least get into the top four, you know you're already looking at peril. You're already looking at danger for your day.
Right, but there is a chance, though, Pika, for those of the teams that are part of the bottom half section, if we're going to have another double placement points day,
Yes,
getting that
yes.
winner chicken dinner will then equate to 20 points um,
Hmm.
for the match. So if you finish at the top, I mean, kills doesn't really do you much if in case we're gonna be putting up the double placement points again in place. So that would be the chance for the teams to really rack up huge number of points, because that made the difference, for the guys of Asian and DRS as well. Like I said, it had it put the mileage, for DRS actually. That's why they maintained their top spot, because during the double placement days, they were able to actually score one chicken dinner day two.
Yeah, that's right. And it's safe to say, that the rest of our teams will still get their share of love from our fans, especially since you can vote for them, ladies and gentlemen, up until June 17th. Your favorite teams as well as your favorite players. Do not forget to check the description and the pinned comment, so that you will be able to vote for them. And yes, I'd really want to go back to that preview, Red, because that last exchange was insane, especially for the real soldiers, where they clearly had the odds not in their favor. But good stuff already. I'm looking forward to seeing more. And as much as I believe that they might just take it again, I'm gonna put my trust in the rest of the other teams, like Karma. Maybe just maybe we're gonna see Raging Bull. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to be a spoiler or a bearer of bad news. Like I said earlier, the PMCS will return after this short break, and we'll catch you then. Karma Esports, TGOA, and two DRS Esports chicken dinners have already been witnessed. Now, are we going to see the last two maps changing the course of history, or are we going to see another repeat? Ladies and gentlemen, we are resuming game number 5 here at the PMCS and bringing you the action still. Yours truly is Pika and Red Queen giving me all her energy, as you can see on your screens. So let's see how the rest of the evening will unfold.
You know what, Pika? I did promise the DRS fans that I would say something if DRS won that encounter against the CMF. So here we go. Red Queen Gaming, being true to her words, I want to say to all of the DRS fans out there that I love you guys. I love you. I love you. I love you. All right, back to back, a winner chicken dinner for the side of the real soldiers. And Pika, during day number 1, they were able to actually score 2 winner chicken dinners, both coming
Yes.
from Miramar map. Right, and now that
Yes.
we are having like a set of 3, I guess, until we end the until we reach the end of this tournament over here. Are we having Miramar maps, or are we jumping back to Erangel? I think
It's
we're
like we're at
jumping back to
Erangel
Erangel.
here. Yes, we are.
Oh, okay. Because
Oh
I
my
was gonna
goodness.
say that I think the strongest map that works for the real soldiers would probably be Miramar. But then again, they were able
Yeah.
to score chicken dinner in Erangel and Miramar. And now that they have set up their momentum, and like I said, they are juggernauts, in this competition. Now that they have built up that momentum, I would want to see if they can go for that third winner chicken dinner. And if they do, Pika, I'm gonna be baiting you in here. What are you gonna do
Oh boy.
in exchange?
I am definitely gonna freak out. But you know what? I will acknowledge definitely. I'm 100% acknowledging that there is a chance that DRS Esports might take this whole thing in a snap, in a heartbeat. So, again, looking at how our circle is this time around, Red, we're gonna go back to the action right in the middle. We're looking at ruins. We're looking at Pochinki, of course, the hottest of the hottest spots right here, and just by the very edge, we're looking at Quarry. A while ago, this is where it all went down, Red. If you remember, it was at Quarry towards Pier, but it may be a different story moving forward. So this is our 4th Erangel already. These players may have already taken note, and these are the people, these are the teams that they faced 3 maps ago already. So this is something that
Yes.
I'm pretty sure they have taken note of. So here we go. Train to Kill Esports. We know that Toru Love is, again, and he's one heavy hitter, as lovely as his name might be. So again, we know for a fact that they are literally gonna go for the kill this time around, Red. So
Right.
I'm putting faith. I'm definitely putting faith. But we've already had a casualty here in the form of Tokusaurus
Oh,
from
go
7th
to
Element.
God.
Oh my goodness! And look at that. That's Federalis. That is West Point Mambas already putting it to work.
Right, you are. It looks like a Goku bot once again failed to turn into a Super Saiyan because, well, he got knocked down on his knees. Let's see if he can actually get back up again. But Divine
No.
against the WPM Federalis. Wow, that was a
Okay.
wonderful exchange, and WPM coming up on top. But it looks like 7 Element is about to go out of this match over here as we are looking at the last player so far, T24, all alone in the wilderness. And right now, we're not exactly sure where he is headed, but definitely as soon as Amos gets back to his feet, probably WPM will then decide to actually look for this last remaining player. But I don't think Amos has any band aids or like first aids just yet, so
Yeah.
he is very low in HP, and he's just hiding inside that shack over there before we left the scene. So I do hope he doesn't come out from that spot just yet, because we got T24 over here just waiting for that right timing, right opportunity to actually take down players coming from West Point Mambas.
Yeah.
And Michi on unaware, caught off guard, was taken down by T24. Now he just went for that massive spray down as well, was able to inflict that damage, but not enough to actually take down a Federalis. And right now, Federalis has the higher ground advantage, has the backup as well. Emma's right behind him as Federalis pushes in for the kill. T24 with a complete HP just pulled out another SMG to fight up this two remaining players coming from West Point Bombas. Here we go. T24 from 7th Element preparing himself mentally, physically, and emotionally as he goes up against these players from the Mambas who will be knocked down in this fight, Pika.
We have Federalis and we have Emas over here, both having the high ground advantage. But look at this. Federalis already raising one arm up, ready to nade that out. And as we say that, high voltage is out of there with only 3 eliminations. Still not bad, but look. But there's the pin. But 324 still gets one. Oh, there it is. Okay. One man too strong right there was West Point Mamba. But wow. He was able to knock someone down, but definitely going to be able to get back up. Federalis, again, very good flank. The position was really, really on him. I love what happened there, but man, I am definitely giving a medal of honor to seventh element right there. To the last man,
Right.
They really held their ground. Good stuff. Now here we go. Raging Bulls looks like they have a bit of a duel of their own against the Train to Kill. So we have Doki off of the other window, using that over-the-shoulder vision advantage. Let's see. Oh, was that even a good throw? I'm not so sure. But the smoke definitely filling up the outside of the house. A bit of a vision obstruction. Mortaza had his hand on a DP28. Gotta be one of these slow encounters. But look at that. I don't even know who shot Tour Love, but he's already on his knees as early as now, Red. So,
Right.
man, we gotta get a highlight for 7th element for that one, That was crazy.
All right. Raging Bull, Mortaza, don't want to commit that mistake of overexposing himself through that window over there. Okay. He was able to actually felt that damage creep up to his body, and he was able to actually dodge right ahead. But let's see what's going to happen as this players coming from Raging Bulls goes up against the opposing team with a complete set of players. These are, if I'm not mistaken, trained to kill. Okay, the assassins of the game. But so far, I find. Oh, okay. This is still a 4v4 situation, Pika, and I think both of the teams are coming off from the opposite side of the road. And again, T2K Doki with a massive spray down gives Mortaza a little bit of damage as the rest of the teams goes in for the push. Now we got Mr. Black over here doing a Spider-Man move so far on top of this roof. Okay, pretty much he has the intel. Okay, and he is probably reporting back to his teammates about the positions players currently, but nothing is happening yet so far coming from raging or that's T2K, actually T2K, but just to be exact, Raging Bulls already at a disadvantage, so this makes now a 4v3.
And speaking of disadvantage, the only team that we have right now with one man remaining, sadly, is again Red Esports, right? So there's only one man remaining. I'm not so sure where we can take a glimpse. Oh my gosh! But Doki making a fatal mistake of showing a forehead through that window. This is not a good look. Now he has to heal up. He has to use the last of his medkit, and not really that good of a positioning. I think he's going for that over the shoulder vantage point, and wow, that also kind of surprised me. Like the moment the slightest bit of motion was seen through that window, the shots came running in. So here we go. Raging Bulls Raymond, still a bit distant, but this is one thing that I think is really advantageous, Red, when you're at Erangel. There are so many ways for you to live or die. And this map right here, it offers you so much versatility, so much stories to tell, if I may. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Look at that. Is that Mr. Black? I think that was Mr. Black who drew that, who really drew the line.
I wonder if there is a I wonder if there is like a Mr. Gray in the competition. That would be very nice.
Hey,
But anyway, this is
okay.
not a good spot for
Coming from you, Red, of
T2K
course
to
it would
be
be.
to be at the top of this ruins over here. So he immediately chose to go down because he knows as well he's gonna be tagged by Mr. Black. I wonder if he is as rich as Mr. Gray. But Raymond, oh no, again, how many times do I need to tell you guys that you do not turn your backs against an opponent, right? And Rayman very far from the rest of his teammates. Okay, this makes an impossible thing, for him to be revived, at this point because,
Yes,
well, they need to
absolutely.
consider that, they need to cross, here in order to get to where he is at the moment. But T2K isn't gonna let that one happen because they are now preparing to crash this compound where the Raging Bulls
Mhm.
are exactly staying in the moment. But we got Iron over here in this small shack as he prepared to go up against the three members of T2K over here using that
Boy.
Skylight. Oh my goodness. We are seeing a great exchange so far. Gets one,
Hey!
but goes down
Nope,
as well. So
that's
now,
it.
Mr. Black, you are all alone, I don't want to say, okay, my neighbor, but yeah, Mr. Black, you're doing great. I hope that you get this one and actually come off as victorious from this attack.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. So Rayman, that was the stone that you should never trip over. That was a very fatal
Mm-hmm.
tactical flaw, if I may, on the side of Raging Bulls. Now, it leaves Mr. Black alone again, sadly, as we saw. So there's and this is bad. The moment that this hut right here, this particular shack gets penetrated by the entire T2K. That's it. Nope.
Man.
That is it. That is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. And Raging Bull, sadly, they will be raging away from this game right here with no eliminations whatsoever.
Mm,
So, and
uh,
Doki was the first to push, by the way, like busted through that door like a madman. So, gotta love it.
but I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was for Mr. Black. I mean, he did hide in that shack over there, but like for me, if I was going to hide, in that small place, I would make sure that I wouldn't make any noise so as not to reveal my position, right? But because we're
Mm-hmm.
talking about like three more members of T2K who is ready to assassinate you out completely, so might as well just like maybe remain in a corner and do not make any sound, not reveal your position to at least get a little bit of placement points so far. I mean, you could just take advantage of that one because obviously in getting up those elimination points would be a little bit of a struggle, a little bit of a challenge for the team considering that you are the only player left of to defend or like to get to the winner chicken dinner if ever. So I'm not exactly sure why he did a spray down. So
Mm-hmm.
I think he was like kind of like half-hearted whether or not he's just gonna take this one sitting down or like actually doing a counter attack against T2K.
Yeah, yeah. I think it was a now or never situation at that point. He knows for a fact that if he cannot survive that barrage, from the opposition of T2K, and then he might as well just at least get a trade. But even then, there's too much firepower, and even if somebody does get knocked down, it won't be enough. There'll be a lot of people to revive. You have your entire team behind you now. Speaking of having your entire team, Agon still rather complete here, but the work seems to go to BITX completely. They've been racking up some points, and they already have four. Tied up with Train to Kill. So West Point Mamba. This is also kind of interesting. We never saw them after that exchange with Seventh Element earlier
Oh.
on, but they also have four frags. They also have four
Mm-hmm.
frags. I believe it's Federales and Emmas who are actually still remaining from the Low Kings. Now, as we see from the circle right here, it may end up in either circle or just a bit shy of hospital. So let's see how the rest of the zone can pan out moving forward. Now, Red, I think Genesis Esports is also playing things out quite carefully here.
Yes. And looking at the map overview just a while ago, I think Yangon Galacticos has taken over that Gaka mountains, over the range of mountains over there. So pretty much they wanted to take control of the best vantage point so far inside the zone. Now, I'm sure that there will be squads that will try to actually get that position for them. I mean, we always want to have the best advantage working out for the team. But Yangon Galacticos,
Hmm.
because we've seen this happen before. Like there was a team on top of that, on top of those mountains, but not being able to actually rack up some kill points. Now that they are at the top, right at this moment, they need to be able to get those elimination points that they need so far in order
Hmm.
for them to improve the statistics. Because I can already see like maybe three squads that are just like at the bottom of that mountain over there. So in terms of
Yeah.
like vantage points, so it's easier for Yangon Galacticos to gather all of those kills. Now T2K Doki once again not stopping with those spray downs, spotted one player
Oh boy.
but was not able to actually take him down. But I think there is another fight brewing for T2K. There is a challenger, and those are the players coming from A1 Esports.
Yeah, we still have 7 healthy teams here, Red, that have no casualties whatsoever, and they also have a fair amount of kills moving
Boom.
forward. So, and under their belt, here we go. Now T2. Oh, again, I could not read that
No.
character, but T2K takes one under their wing. Okay, here we go. But Doki gets traded out for a knockdown. Care of BITX. Here we go. Things went really fast and really
Okay.
violent over there, Red, as we were just relaxing. But here we go. Doki
Mm-hmm.
already out of there, and he's gonna have to spectate. Try to give a little bit more moral love to his teammates. Here we go, and we've been seeing. Oh
No.
no! Look at that from BITX again, just letting him out of the vehicle. So we got 2 knockdowns already for Train to Kill here, and Red. It looks like again just like a while ago when I heard you sigh. It it's really a bit of that disappointment that we see every now and then because I think was that a matter of I think it was carelessness because
Right.
they could have played this more compact, right? So look at Doki, their top fragger is gone. So
Oh man.
oh my goodness, that's it. That
You know
that
what?
was it. And at number 12,
You know what? For T2K, while they were actually engaged with the players coming from bad intentions, that was actually the opportunity for A1 Esports to go for that quick rotation. They did capitalize on that fact while the fight was
mhm.
actually ongoing. But Genesis Esports,
Oh boy.
oh man, unfortunately, they have been completely wiped out by the players coming from CMF, and now we are left with just 10 teams and 28 players remaining. Fourth phase of the circle with 2 minutes on the clock. We have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that are already out of the game. We only have one player for both Red and CMFC. But in terms of kill points, on the side of Red, they were able to put up 4 elimination points so far, which is I can't say good and I can't say bad either. But as long as you put numbers, on the scoreboard, I think that is this is a battle of endurance. By the way,
Mhm.
because we are looking at 8 days of full PUBG mobile action, so anything can still happen. They can still improve their overall stats. Again, if we put back, the double placement point so far into the
Oh.
game, well, that would be like the big possibility for them to rack up kill points. But
Oh!
oh my goodness,
Oh my
at
gosh.
Karma
Federalis
right
though.
now going up against WPM, and West Point Mambas being
Oh, that's it
so
though.
far very much aggressive against this exchange and so far dominating it as well.
We have Federalis, the last man standing. One more bite is all it takes for Federalis, but there it is.
No.
In an ironic, very, very sad turn of events, we have West Point Mamba and Bad Intentions eliminated from game number 5. I was really banking on that ambush attempt right there, read by West Point Mambas. That was good. That was actually really
Yes.
good. They held their ground for so long. I could barely tell how long they were there, but at least for the moment that very moment that somebody walked into their doors and they were ready to strike, that was beautiful. Now here we go. Team Agon Esports still looking pretty strong. They have two to their name, not quite any overextension whatsoever, and barely outside of the playable zone, the safe zone. So I like that. That's a story to tell there, Red. That was pretty nice. And imagine, do you remember the gap between when Seventh Element and West Point Mambas actually played? Did you remember how long it was, or like, would you even get a feel of how long before they got eliminated? They really stayed in the game. That was beautiful.
Right. I think they've managed to stay up until stage 5, if
Yeah,
I'm not mistaken. But yeah, let's
that's a
see what's
good
going
10
to happen.
minutes.
But you're you know what? For the side of West Point Mamba, just a while ago, that exchange happened with the Karma. I think they were caught off by surprise. They weren't really expecting that.
Mhm.
There's 2 players right there, just camping, just settling. The settling right in that specific area. And so West Point Mama had the advantage because they had the element of surprise. Now, it was almost because 3 of the players coming from Karma was already put down, and it was all just up to Federalis to actually get the job done. But he just run short of I guess firepower, or like he
Yeah,
did not make use of the pre-fire, so to speak, and
yeah.
so being eliminated out of this match. But still, it wasn't at all a bad performance coming from West Point Mambas. But I think what needs to happen is like a better choice of dropping points maybe, or like good rotation
Mhm.
so far. But in terms of like gunfights, I am confidently that they have the will to counter and the firepower as well.
Mhm.
I think they need to just get more into more confident fights.
Yeah, the prowess really speaks for itself, when it comes to the West Point Mambas.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they landed the 10th, eliminations wise, rather placement wise. So that is actually progress already. So I think that's fair to say that, or maybe even beyond 10th. I believe they belong to those teams that really stood more than halfway through this match. So again, I tip my hat. But getting back to the action, so next two, supposedly to DRS, Red Queen. One of these teams, specifically, the guys of Asians. These are also very very hard to kill players. They probably are the apex for this game without DRS, because they're a completely different group, right? So they just might be the big boys. They just might be the bullies here, for lack of a better term. But let's see. Let's see if they'll be able to thwart every effort of these other teams. Remember, again, Red Esports still exists. There's also Agon, and again, this could be anybody's game still. We still have about 2 zones left. So, but 5 frags already. Imagine if they also get a chicken dinner out of this. Again, this is gonna be one heck of an evening for them.
Well, you blink, you miss. That's exactly true
Mhm.
for the match that we're having right now. Actually,
Oh,
in this whole tournament
Edward.
in general. But here comes
Yeah.
Amura Chile reviving his teammate over here, taking their sweet time. I mean, there is that pressure though, but
Ow.
I think it's going to be a little bit of struggle, for TGOA to get inside the safe zone. I mean, they still will have to deal with the players coming from CMF and a couple of players from Agon I8. But here comes again Amura Chili being the medic in this situation, going for another revive while Agon prepares now to engage with TGOA.
I cannot help but look at that puppy. That's too adorable for me. Look at that. Look at that, staring at you. That made my night already. But here we go, CMF, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to our last 4 teams here. We have Agon, we have GSM, TGOA, and Red Esports. So I was about to say that we could probably see more action, but they're gonna start busting some caps here, Red. I'm gonna say it right now. There's almost like no chance for Red Esports to get out of this, because we still have, I believe, one player from Red Esports who could still hoist their flag if he makes the right calls. But it's always a tall order to go on a manpower deficit. So here we go. It's a duel. Oh my
No.
gosh, between TGOA and CMFG. That did not look too good for May W. Care of that DPS. Just one shell is all it takes. I'm so
Oh
biased
man.
with the DPS.
One shell is all it takes. Oh, just kidding. But anyway, the guys of Asian, yes, they don't even need to finish the game with a chicken dinner because they've managed to put up a lot of elimination points so far. But here comes a Chile
Oh,
again, getting hot with
okay.
a gun. But unfortunately, CMFG just finished the fight for him. And now we are left with just 3 teams remaining and 7 players alive. Stage 6 of this E-Wrangle map so far. 50% of the winning chance goes to GSM. But look at that. Look
Last
at
two
what
teams, right?
happened. CMF, actually, CMF. That was CMF. All right. Last 2 teams,
Yeah.
Agon versus CMF, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Agon doing a little bit of a reset, but we can see one player, though, from Agon actually circling, getting all
Oh,
the information that he needs, and now here comes the push. One player versus 2
they're gonna get
remaining
it.
players coming from CMF.
They're going for
Oh,
it.
my goodness.
Agon is in a very tight spot here, and all they have is this haystack to separate them from the predators. These last, oh, what the flank! Look at this dictator. He knows he's gonna bust that car open, and he is miles. He's like meters away from the rest. Oh, there it is, from the rest of that opposition. And I was about to say,
Mm.
just like that, CMFG ends with authority. Game number 5.
You know what? I feel like Aegon uh became a little bit impatient, in that situation. I mean, if you're going to ask me, I feel like they had a little bit of advantage since, one of them is actually circling around the area, getting all the
Yeah, yeah,
intel that
yeah.
he needs, on how to best approach that specific situation right there. But he jumped from that buggy, tried to actually go for that hero gameplay, right? Without even like maybe establishing a very good communication with the rest of the teams, and therefore CMF turning the tables against Agon and actually winning the winner chicken dinner for match number 17. But let's check out the
Yeah.
elimination so far coming from this individual players. We got GSM, or we got SMD46,
D
if I'm not mistaken,
D46, yeah.
or GSM,
Yeah,
or D46.
D46.
Okay, D46. All
Yeah.
right, here we go. 7 elimination points so far. The amount of damage he was actually gave off in the battlefield is at 865, but the damage taken is so low. And you can only imagine like the stealth move that he has done all throughout this match number 17. Comes in next, we got try out. Okay, maybe that's why he doesn't have a
Yeah.
picture, because he's just trying out for the team. So I mean, what a major tournament for this guy over here.
Yeah.
597 with 5 elimination points so far. I mean, man, you guys are already looking at the winner chicken dinners for Erangel match. I did hope though, Pika, that we are going to see like 3 sets of Miramar,
Mhm.
for this evening, since we've had 3 Wrangles. I thought we are gonna have like 3 sets of Miramar as well, but so far we've only had one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so
One
far there's
Miramar?
only been one Miramar.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
one Miramar.
And
Okay. Wait,
again, it's
wow,
yeah, I know, I know. I was about to
MVP,
say that. It's
MVP.
Federales really holding the flag here for the West for the Mambas, right? And again, it has a lot to do with that ambush that he did, as well as that pinch earlier on against Seventh Element. So
Hmm.
good stuff. Inflicting 1,027 damage points. That's insane. And going toe to toe with D46 a while ago, who is actually from the winning team, but good stuff with total of 7 eliminations apiece. That is a good facade. And look how far forward the Mambas have advanced this
Hmm.
this point in
Right.
of the evening. So
And
that's really
yes,
admirable. So I'd say for a finishing point here, Red, that I think that without DRS in the picture, the ball could belong to anybody. I mean, without any bias to
right.
DRS, it just so happens that they are super dominant so far and they have momentum riding on their backs. But whenever they're not
Hmm.
around, these teams can they're gonna have to they're gonna have to rely on the roll of a dice. It
Right.
could go any which direction.
And again, for those top performing teams in match 17, it's basically all the same. High damage points so
Hmm.
far, and just a little low on the kill points. It's not really that balanced. It means that they have been knocking down players, but not completely finishing it. But yes, GSM pretty much have a tall standing number of damage and kill points as well. Therefore, getting the winner chicken dinner. But I'm very proud, at those teams that have not been
Mhm.
doing so great yet with the previous matches, and now we can see that they are finishing at least in the top 10 for this match, like Yangon Galacticos. We also got, Karma coming
Yeah.
off from like a bad streak of games. Welcoming them in this match number 17. So that's actually a good one. For the Games of Asian, I mean, after an explosive start, from I mean tonight, um, I think I'm looking for like a more consistency, for this team.
Hmm.
And here's the
Definitely.
overall standings.
And yeah, so far, oh my goodness. And
Oh.
this is already a kind of a pain to look at right now, Red, because we
Mm-hmm.
could clearly see the dominators so far, and we still have, I believe, one more match tonight to go. So this could also be shaken up a little later on, dependent on how good and how cracked these teams can be. So this is I believe this is between Team A and basically this is a mix already of our top 16, right? This is our top 16. So as we can see,
Mm-hmm.
sadly, West Point Mamba is not here, and along with some other teams uh, that we were talking about earlier, I believe we were not seeing Raging Bulls over here so far. So
Mm-hmm.
this is looking quite tough, but there's still a lot of days
Right.
that we could bank on. Not to mention there's still double placement points days. So fingers crossed there.
Mm-hmm.
166 for DRS, unbelievable.
Yeah. And this is the first time I think that we are flashing the overall standings, for our
Yeah,
viewers
yeah.
to see. And like what I was discussing a while ago, I mean, starting off with the guys of Asian, again with the chicken dinner. Um, there was like this big question mark whether or not they can maintain being at the third spot, but I guess that ended
Hmm.
that question right over there. Um, so far, with Gremlin Esports, Karma Esports, as well as HV and T2K, they were really close with each other. And now looking at the overall
Hmm.
standing, and we can already see like a different set of teams that actually are now part of the top 16. DRS still remaining to be at the top spot, but we already have like a second team already that has taken over uh A1 Esports, and that is the guys of Asian. Karma as well, GSM has improved quite a lot. Not setting a huge gap so far, but there's still, a lot of things that can happen. A1 Esports now goes down to fifth place with 99 points so far, just a 10-point lead against the Stalwarts Esports. Now, Bad Intention comes in at 82, and T2K coming in with 80 points. Now, I think, after this day number 3 of the grand finals, I think this is where it kind of, we'll be starting our story, but we don't have to worry about DRS because they pretty much, I
Hmm.
feel like they've pretty much cemented themselves at the top spot. But I guess, Pika, we're gonna be talking more about our previous matches because we've had 4 already, or was it 5? 4, 5 already. This is actually the final match after this break. So, guys, please don't go away. Continue to share, or like maybe make some noise down there in the comment section, and invite your friends to come watch this PUBG mobile community. Starts with us, Red Queen Gaming and Pika Lozano. But we'll be back after just a short break, so don't go away. Hey, what's up, ladies and gents? Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Community Stars by Esports County. Still, a lot of intense actions happening from game number 1 to game number 5, and now we are preparing ourselves to go in for the final match this evening. But before we jump into the last map, of course, let me introduce ourselves. My name is Red Queen Gaming, together with the one and only Star Magic Power, Pika Lozano.
Thank you, Red. And yes, as we mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, before everything else, down to our last map, we still have we have something to tell you guys for you who want to vote for your favorite teams and your favorite players. Please do not hesitate to. So just check the description and the pinned comments right down there. It's your chance now to show them some love, to show them some support that they much so need throughout this entire grueling 8 days of PUBG action. Now, Red, we are moving back to the land of drought, Miramar. For all
All
intents
right.
and purposes, ladies and gentlemen, this map right here has given us the craziest exchanges. Action left and right, and as high as the sun. These players are definitely out for blood. I'm definitely excited here, Red, because this is only the second Miramar map that we have this evening, but
Right.
it it's
Mm-hmm.
it is still as big a threat as we once remember it. So now starting things off, we are going north of west, I suppose. Yeah, we're going northwest of the maps, starting off with Campo Militar, so that's out of the equation so far. I don't see some of the
Mm-hmm.
teams ever dropping off as soon, but uh, again, we know how DRS is always out into they're basically out for the kills. They don't hesitate. They always go to where the iron's still hot, and I'm excited to see how they are gonna end this evening, if they are indeed Red gonna go for their third supposed chicken dinner on for day number 3.
Well, big possibility over there, no doubt. I mean, definitely gonna be looking forward at DRS getting the chicken dinner for this specific match. This is the final game, ladies and gents, and so we will be definitely seeing a lot of teams be more a little bit aggressive, in this situation. But right over in the middle of Miramar, we can already see some, a party starting. There are actually a lot of callers inside the safe zone, and you know what? This areas right there in the middle, I mean,
My
they are in the
gosh.
middle for a reason, right? I mean, if you want some good loots, well, you need to drop around in this areas, but you need to actually consider the fact that there will be a lot of teams joining you as well. And as the kill feed now lights up, we got Genesis Esports right over here with one casualty. We got Owls over here already knocked down, but West carry. Okay, West carry Fury is doing all the work so far
Beautiful.
for his teams. Beautiful, yes, beautiful actually altercation coming from Genesis Esports and Stalwart as well, and they've managed to
No.
actually put Stalwart Esports, the first team to go out of the final match this evening, ladies and gents.
Oh my gosh, this is an absolute turn here, Red, because Genesis Esports taking out one of the giants, if we can be so blunt about it. It's one of those situations wherein you would expect Stalwart Esports to give us the action that they've been giving us throughout these 3 days. Stalwart Esports again, very decorated, one of the crowd favorites. Me personally, always excited to see how they concoct their plans towards the middle parts of any map that they're in, at least for any game. So here we go, and look, we're going World War a bit here, Red, when it comes to Sketch, as he seems to be donning that Thompson quite a bit, and getting some kills in the process as well. Getting a couple there. So picking up Sinister. This name has been popping out of your lips there, Red. So I know for a fact that you are a Sinister fan. So I am
Yes.
I'm quite. How? Oh my gosh! T2K taking him out. So I hate myself for saying that.
So obviously we're seeing a
That's
lot of
crazy.
exchange coming from T2K and A1 Esports. Oh, that
Oh no!
disrespect, man. The
Toying with the
disrespect.
food.
Then he finished him up with a lot of punches instead of actually, putting bullets around his buddy, and he just turned into a tombstone over there. Now, Hinister is still bleeding inside that
Oh!
warehouse over there. And here comes a Hitman to the rescue. And now he's going for that quick pickup first before he actually engaged with the rest of T2K in this situation. Both of the teams are actually doing a reset so far. Sinister gets picked up for the second time
All
around.
right.
I don't think he has a band-aid so far, or like a first aid kit to deal with this matter,
Not
but
yet.
here comes Hitman with a kill, and he takes down another one.
My gosh!
2 for Hitman alone.
Oh boy. Train to Kill, MSX, 3X, and Stalwart Esports already out, Red. And this is only stage one. What is happening? This is what goes down, Red, when these teams have had enough of being called last, or at least ha- being given the short end of the stick. I like what's going on here, because these teams that we have right now, like look at Seventh Element, they're very cautious. DRS with already 2 kills. We didn't actually see much of them a while ago, and by the way, but I think they're seeing the feed a little too much here, Red, and they understand how, okay, let's allow these teams to go for the duels themselves, and then let's pick up the pieces. Look at DRS right now. I mean, we got Giante over here. We got Killer YT all in one compound, just looting away to their heart's desires. This is wonderful. I mean, I like the fact that DRS may be just laying back and look at that, a little bit of nade practice, I suppose, and just stretching their legs as the rest of the teams
And
actually just do the
right.
heavy lifting.
You know what? For the side of Seven Elements, being pushed down to number 11, coming from the fifth place, is actually a little bit of
Mm,
heartbreaking for the teams. They need to do a lot more work to be able to get back to the top 8 of this competition. Obviously, something needs to be done. Something needs to be changed in their strategy. So far, I think they're trying so hard to set back the momentum so far that they have done during day one of the competition. Um,
mhm.
I'm seeing a lack of energy so far to go up against these engagement. They kept on losing, from the gunfights, and right now I think you mentioned a while ago that they are being a little bit cautious for the moment. But let's put a pin on that one because Kokemumu over here just spotted Goblins from IHC doing a rotation inside that
Okay.
wonderful sports car over there. I think that was a sports car, right? Yeah, a sports car. But yeah, limit
Yeah.
over is pretty much decided on racking some kill points initial stages of this game.
Gotta love that. hit and run moment right there, and Godless definitely feeling the pains off of that defenseless exchange. Honestly, that ambush, if I may, it's one of those moments that you really cannot come back from. So again, so far I think that IHC is they still have three. It's a long night at least for them. They still have a lot of opportunity to grind, but these bigger teams, and at least for the first time today, I think Limit Over is they don't have a single casualty, no damage whatsoever, and Pokemon probably cracked at the. Oh my gosh! I was about to say he's probably cracked at the moment, but Alex heard me loud and clear and just gets the just gets those finishing shots. Wow. Okay. Okay. I hate the fact that I always jinx when I save. Telling you, Red.
Well, Kokomu obviously went for the hero gameplay. I mean, pretty much, the rest of the
Yes.
teams hasn't really, found a spot just yet. Found an angle just yet to help him engage with the players coming from IHC, and that really took a toll on Limit over
Mhm.
here. Instead of gaining that advantage, and now they just lost one member of their team. But let's see what's going to happen as Nitrogen been sending nades, onto IHC, but IHC keep dodging those nade attacks. But okay, let's hold on for a moment and check out what's happening with Genesis Esports as they go up against the Titans, the
Hey.
Kings, the real soldiers. All right, here we go. Two of them already bleeding out in the open. Actually, scratch that. Two of them has been sent back to the lobby, so we are left with just one
Hey.
player over him. But here it comes
Okay.
again. Limit over. I think battles are happening simultaneously, and the production itself, we don't
There it
even
is.
know which teams to really watch. But there you go. Genesis has been, completely eliminated out of the game. And we're talking about like what?
Mhm.
5 teams. And we are just at the first phase of the series.
And not to mention, Genesis Esports is actually they're one of the strong eliminators from this entire exchange. And there it is. Limit Over joins them as well. You know, that's
Mm,
it. That's the last journey of the plane. No more deployments tonight for these teams, and they're gonna have to regroup and fight another day. So good stuff. Good stuff overall so far. And again, DRS. As I did want to have to always again. I don't want to speak in tongues here, but DRS may be laxing out a bit, and I think it's okay. They kind of have the right to. They already have 5 eliminations, and that says a lot, Red. Just a few minutes in, and we're only in stage 2. So look at this. Delta and
man.
Rules OG already a couple per a piece. And high voltage. Oh, looks like hey, the mystery machine getting shot right here by Giante, and that's definitely gonna set off alarms for Arrow. Um, Probably need to regroup right there. It's oh, and look at
Right.
this again. Same thing. You see that convoy off of Seventh Element.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, we just saw the mystery machine, and they probably shagged off all of the attacks coming from the real soldiers. But yes, it's so impressive to see that they've managed already this early 5 elimination points so far, and I don't see them, slowing down at any point in this competition. They will continue to give up those punishment for the teams that are participating in this specific or this very tournament over here. But MABATEX, oh no, he's doing actually a spray down against Arrow over
Mhm,
there. Arrow, was
mhm.
that Arrow over there?
Yeah, that was
But
Arrow. Yeah.
yeah, he was actually able to dodge that attack. Although he is very low in HP, but DRS is also within proximity Pika. This will be very hard for Arrow to escape this specific situation. I mean, we got Leo from Mabitex, and he is already pointing his gun over at Arrow there.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So again, this looks like it's more than just a duel here, Red. I think this is we're looking at a jungle.
Mm,
Both literally and figuratively, if I can say so, because these hunters, they're all eyeing for anything that moves. CMF right here. Look at auto aim. He knows he's surrounded. He has two of them pinching him all over the place. That's it. I don't think he's gonna survive this. Definitely not. There we go. Jax
mm,
takes out auto aim, and off of a distance we have Power TZ as well. He gets his hands on an M 416 already. It's not looking
mhm.
very healthy right here for CMF. Power TZ
Oh
and
no.
we have Tets. Again, very very distant from each other. Or rather, really close to each other, but they have the whole plethora of these behemoths of players all around them. It's
Oh
insane.
my
Now
goodness.
we have Hitman, by the way. We saw Hitman earlier, right? So Hitman was really, really pulling the trigger.
hmm You know, judging by the amount of fights that has been happening all at the same time, I feel like I'm in the wild, wild west. Because
Right.
there's a lot of battles. I mean, I don't even know
Mhm.
where to begin to cast this whole thing. But um, phase two of the circle, and we've already have like a lot of teams that has been sent back to the lobby. Almost half of the teams are already out.
Mhm.
I mean, now the map is looking pretty big at the moment because of lack of players that are inside. But anyway, we got DRS still standing strong. If I'm not mistaken, though, just right below them are players coming from high voltage as well. But they are now busy dealing with the players coming from ruthless, aggressive
Oh
warriors.
my.
Now I am seeing where
Gone.
they got the name so far. Ruthless, aggressive warriors putting up one elimination point for Miramar. Now, of course, we want to see more. We want to see more action coming from these teams. But just like that, Pika, as soon as we enter stage 3 of Miramar, we are now down by 9 teams and 29 players alive. And we only have like, what, 4 squads that has complete set of players. The guys of Asian Edward again biting his players over here coming from Raw, not giving a chance for them to lick their wounds. I mean, so far there ain't no rest for the weekend.
Definitely, and look at how some of the members of TGOA are actually really well stacked. They have a good amount of throwables, they have a good amount
Bam!
of lethals, as well as health. But if Edward does not survive that, and there he
Oh
does not, I don't
no.
think he did. Okay, and Amora Chili from TGOA, they're all down for the count here, sadly. And ruthless, aggressive warriors here, they really are going in. I can definitely attest their IGN, so that's
Oh
good. Now
no.
there's a bit of vengeance, however, a good exchange right there from TGOA, but unfortunately at number 9 they will exit, and just like that, Red, we are down more than half. Actually, we're already on half of basically
What?
of game number 6,
Oh my
and this is only
goodness.
stage 3. So these teams, they do not want to they do not want to expend their fatigue moving forward. They know this is they no longer have room for mental strain. So, and look at where
Right.
the Warriors are right now. They're just
hmm
posting up
I've never casted Miramar this fast, Pika.
this
I mean,
fast, yeah.
stage 3. Right, stage 3. We're talking about
And down to
stage
half.
3, the third phase of the circle, ladies and gents. And half of the teams are already gone. But let's see, DRS, okay, they already know where ruthless aggressive warriors are at the moment, and they're checking out to see if there will be, some other squads that they can gatekeep, that they can prevent from getting inside the safe zone. So far, we have 2 of them, and DRS pretty much already knows this one. They are looking to still, rack up a huge number of points so far because, hey, I
Mhm.
think this is more of like a show match for DRS alone. I mean, just by the numbers that they have put up on the scoreboard, everyone is just so amazed. I
Hey.
am amazed as well. I'm very proud that I called out DRS to be one of my top picks in this very tournament, Pika.
Yes, and as we were talking about that, CMF has already exited again with 1 elimination only. So, Red, you know what that means? We are below 50% of our remaining teams. And with BIT, they only have
hmm
1 member remaining. One, and it is not a pretty sight. That is not a good homework to bring to your teammates. You are definitely they're definitely waiting for you in the office. And
Mm.
it's gonna be another day of regrouping, recuperating. Now, Seventh Element, on the other hand, they exited quite early, during our past game, but
Yes.
not right now. They're down half and half. Now there it is. We had to say it with a couple eliminations. BITX is out of there and back to the lobby. Good games, well played for them today.
Okay, here we go. I mean, on the side of Ruthless Aggressive Force, they were able to actually put down Delta! And the
Oh
engagement
man.
so far coming from DR. Wow, that is Oh man,
Red.
they are now being aggressive. Now,
Red.
this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. They are now out for blood. Definitely 6 teams remaining, 16
Yes.
teams or 16 players alive, guys. 1 minute and 39 seconds on the clock. Things are already getting heated up at the moment. MABATEX now joining the rest of the teams that are actually inside the circle, taking up a very, very good position. This will definitely provide the cover that they need to take down the opponents. Desert with the 3 elimination points so far. He has the most number of points, followed by
Oh
Leo over
boy.
here and Iceberg. Okay, we don't know what's going to happen, but we are definitely sure that this is going to be an intense fight for the last 6 remaining teams here in our final match.
You better channel all your remaining energy balls there, Red, because DRS,
Mm-hmm.
they belong to the inferior rated team so far here. The inferior, believe it or not, yes, our dual chicken dinners for today is now down to their last 2 players alongside A1. Now we have IHC, Ruthless
Hey.
Aggressive Warriors, and MABATEX. Believe it or not, yes, MABATEX is actually our strongest team right now this late into
Mm-hmm.
the game. So we have Seventh Element. We have one last player from Seventh Element who may just come out with a miracle. Now this again, it's a long
Mm-hmm.
shot. It's a tall order, but never
Right.
impossible. Now Sinister a while ago he was picked off quite crazily the game prior to this, but I believe he's now just taking sweet time with his teammate right here. He has to stick around with Hitman. I'm pretty sure right now they're talking to each other about memories back home. Like
Memories back
I
home.
love yeah, I love my family. Okay, there it is, and I had to jinx it.
Pika being nostalgic,
That's
ladies and gents. But yeah, it's so amazing to see that we actually have teams that played in the global stage, Pika, in the PMGC.
that's
We
true.
got IHC, we got A1 Esports, we also got DRS. So, I mean, we know this is definitely going to be like an intense fight, like I said a while ago. But
Mhm,
A1 Esports, we need to consider the fact that they are left with just 2 players. So this is like that
mhm.
puts them at a great disadvantage so far. But let's see what's going to happen, because Hitman over here with the most number of points, we've seen him clutch a gameplay just a while ago.
Oh yes,
Hitting two
yes,
players. At one engagement. Here
and
he
he
comes
does
again.
that. He does.
Sinister doing
Mhm.
sinister things. Oh man, A1
Beautiful.
Esports is rocking the battlefield right now against IHC, another formidable team in this competition. Ooh, another one goes down, another one
Oh,
bites the dust. Now we only have one player remaining, coming
is he
from
gonna do it?
IHC, and Sinister is really going to close this fight with him
Oh
on
man,
top.
look at the our two protagonists right here, and Hitman taking out Zio with that explosion. Now Demo needs to survive this, and he actually has a molly around him. This
Come
is not
on.
looking good. Now there are two. There are two members of
Oh no.
A1. Oh, there we go. Sinister knocked down by Leo. I think that was from a distance. There we go. And this is what we were talking about, Red. MABATEX still looking quite strong. Their
Right.
entire squad compact, really, really close together. They got to be super careful as to not peek. They're back. They're back to the dark. They're back. They're back right here in the shadows. They got to regroup. Take my dog tag, buddy. If if I don't make it, if I don't if I don't make it, insert whatever caption you
No
can. Here we
tag.
go. Okay. And there
Talking
it
about
is.
the wrong
Now
game.
IHC. I know. But we're talking about them soldiers right here, Red. Here we go. Now, wow. Okay, we got another play zone death right there, Red. So we have Sky, the last member remaining from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, who showed spectacular fragging power a while
Bam!
ago, by the way. And there they
Oh
go.
no!
There they go.
Oh my goodness. Man, I think is DRS out? Oh no, DRS is left with just one player,
One
Pika.
last
Oh no, my
player.
god, this is going to be beautiful. Anyway, Hitman again popping up those smokes. Okay, this is actually a good tactical move to do at the moment. You need to be able to actually conceal your positions while Hitman does the spray down against MABATEX Wally over here. But
Okay.
there is this pressure, of course. The zone is already shrinking, and we all know that a lot of strategies will definitely come
Look
into
at
play
this.
as soon as the zone shrinks. But anyway, there is another player that actually was taken
Oh,
down,
oh,
and
that's it. That's
DRS,
it, Red.
oh my god, was taken
They
out from this match from the final match. So now this is going to be a battle between A1 Esports and
Hitman, no!
MABATEX. But
He's
the
not gonna
number
make it!
advantage, the higher ground advantage goes to
Oh, he did!
MABATEX. Wally is actually on top of that hill,
Oh!
takes a Hitman down, and so Sinister with no space to move
Sinister,
over here
no!
in this specific building, in this ruins, is really gonna have to take all of his effort to take down maybe Desert
Oh,
in this
man.
altercation, but he doesn't have,
Oh, that's it.
the odds of him winning this fight against MABATEX is not looking too good, Pika.
The theater, basically the movie in my head has already started to play. And look at this, Sinister probably closing his eyes.
Oh no!
He knows
Oh
that
no!
fate is upon him. There it is. The Aurora Borealis has shrunk. Sinister manages to knock down Dessert just like that. However, without any hesitation, MABATEX Esports closes out our final game of the day with 3 players remaining. Congratulations to MABATEX Esports.
It's about time these guys show up. We've always known MABATEX is also one of the strong teams so far in this tournament, and now for the first time ever, I think this is the first time that they've gotten a winner-winner
I think
chicken
they
dinner,
are. Yeah, yeah.
right?
I
So,
think this is. Yes,
but
I think this
they've
is their
been
first.
and they've been consistent so far in terms of getting those points as
That's
well.
big.
They're very good with their
That's
rotations.
big.
They're very good at picking up their battles. And so, I would like to say that MABATEX has done a perfect job so far for this final match this evening. And I am still, expecting to see a lot more of action coming from MABATEX. Now, let's take a look at the elimination points so far for this, and I mean, individually, right? 6 elimination points goes to Eisenberg. Eisenberg one. I think I've heard of this name
Yeah.
somewhere. Eisenberg. Okay, I'm gonna remember that later on. 425 total damage so far in this match, followed closely by Leo 333 with 4 elimination points and 655 damage, and Dessert. Okay, with a cherry on top. I did not see that number. Have you seen the number so far? I wasn't able to see the
Yeah, he
number.
had 3. He had 3 eliminations. Yeah,
Three
so good
elimination
stuff right
points.
there.
Okay, but the MVP,
There you go.
the MVP still within MABATEX Esports, Eisenberg with a total of 6 elimination points so far, with a 42.86% of total contribution in the game.
Beautiful stuff. Again, I was making that script in my head, but again, this is a force to be reckoned with. MABATEX Esports definitely showing us why it wasn't really a tailor-made ending right there for A1, but we did try. It was a beautiful conclusion. They showed us that
Hmm.
there's really always room for change when it comes to these types of stories and games. Now, speaking of which, there he was, Hitman, literally getting the job done, getting paid in the process. he
Hmm.
he manages to score 448 damage, and not so far from Eisenberg, who was the MVP. However, Eisenberg definitely higher on the eliminations department as well as survival. So good stuff. And we saw what Hitman had to do for them to get that far,
Yes.
right? And again, it's novel worthy, if I can say so, Red.
His his actually the saving grace, the knight in shining armor for
He
A1
really
Esports.
was.
It wasn't for him. It wasn't for him during the initial stages of the
It'd
game.
be
They
out.
could have been eliminated, right? But thanks to Hitman, because he
Yeah.
was able to put down that 2 remaining players coming from was that T2K? Yes, I think that was
I think so. I
T2K,
think
right?
so.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
But
yeah.
it's all the same here when it comes to elimination and damage, the Pika. I mean, pretty much all of the teams I mean, they have no problem, inflicting pain onto their opponents. The damage is just really high, always higher than the kill points itself. So, I mean, they
Hmm.
don't have problem knocking down opponents. It's just really sealing the deal that's a bit hard to
Hmm.
accomplish.
Yeah, I mean those tasks are always easier said than done. And that's one reason why gunfights are also they're very crucial, because sometimes you can't engage into something that you can't finish, and not to mention if there's backup, which we saw a lot today, by the way. So
Mm-hmm.
we saw a lot specifically for this match, with Hitman and a lot of the other players, especially from MABATEX, when Leo actually was very very good in terms of
Mm-hmm.
those long distance finishes. So really cool. And again, I think this is the first time we didn't see any looted airdrops today. I think if we could look
Mm-hmm.
back on that, but long story short, this was quite a fast last game, Red. If based on experience, so good stuff from all these
Yes.
players. And everything
I
came into play. The use of the safe zone, the throwables, mollies, bullets, even vehicular explosions. These all actually contributed to our entire game.
And just with the number of the total headshots that was put on the scoreboard right here, Pika, 10 headshots. I mean, it's not
Mm.
even, we don't even need to question, this number right there
Why?
for the headshots, since all of the teams are busy cooking those nades up, for them to throw onto their opponents. I think
Mhm.
that is much easier to do compared to really aiming the gun at each other. So let's just go for nades, okay? Let's just explode each other up. That would be the best thing to
Mm.
do so far. I mean, the fastest way to actually eliminate a full squad. But then again, we have a voting going on for your fan favorite team, and you know what, the voting ends at June 17th, so I hope you guys have already participated in this voting for esports county. I think I will be putting up my vote later on, Pika, after this game.
I am highly considering it as well, right? I'm gonna give it a bit of thought, based on what we've witnessed for the past 3 days. Not just for the days that we were on the desk, but also, yesterday and moving forward. But I think it's also good that, for the first half we could already like uh tally our key points as to why we like them. Hitman, you definitely like you made me shed a man tear earlier, so I gotta love that. So beautiful stuff, ladies and gentlemen. And this is only day 3 out of the 8 days for the PUBG Mobile Community Stars finale. So it has been grand. As much as we want to continue on with the action, yours truly, Pika and Red Queen Gaming will have to sign off, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned. We'll be announcing more and we'll be giving you more PUBG Mobile action in the coming days. So good night, sleep tight. See you and on to the next one. We are out.
shit.